We looked at it a bit last night, and we had some preliminary thoughts. We are going to be kind of revising some of those thoughts, because Holly and I did a little bit of exploration between last stream and this one, so there are some things that we're going to add to what we discussed last night. I'm not planning for this to be a hugely long stream, just because I really don't have the stamina right now to stream probably more than an hour. So yeah, this is probably going to be a short one by comparison, but we're just going to go over a little bit more of the system. I actually am going to experiment with making a legacy character in their system, also just to kind of show you all what it looks like if you want to build something with legacy rules. But once again, the caveat with that is, if you want to build with legacy, you actually have to have purchased all that stuff before it was legacy, because otherwise, no dice. You don't get to build with it. So that's the kind of not fun part. But anyways, welcome in general. Good to see you. Hope you're having a good night tonight. We probably won't be streaming for as late, just because I don't really have the energy to stream for like 3.5 hours tonight. So we'll just be doing a little bit more exploration, looking at a couple more things. Collie will be joining me shortly because, well, it's nice to have him as my little collab partner. Feels a little less lonely that way. I'm doing okay. Between school and some of my new health stuff, you know, it's been a lot to manage. And then also with having some not too good air quality where I live is also not helping. It's also kind of the reason I will be doing a short stream, because I am not feeling too great from just all the terrible air quality that I've been dealing with. But anyway, all that being said, I will be inviting my collab partner in pretty soon. Welcome in, dear. Welcome in. So yeah, I feel like I should preface this again by saying we're just going to be looking at the D&D Beyond system. I'm not going to be going into like a lot of detail about what's in the player's handbook as like a book. I'm mostly just interested in seeing a little bit about how they've translated their core rule system into the digital system that they plan on having people use to build characters. So we're just kind of gonna be giving that another test drive. So this is definitely not something I would call like, you know, a deep dive or anything that can be considered like extensive in that way. But I think that's fine, since there's already a lot of creators who have done so already. So I don't think we need to try to mark that territory. Welcome in, Nexus. Good to see you. So anyway, that's just kind of the plan. So it's going to be very sort of informal, very relaxed, not super serial. We already have enough like D&D content creators who are super serious about it. So I'm just like, no, I'm just here to like test some things out and see how they work. You know, that's more enjoyable to me at this point, instead of like, you know, having to feel like I need to get into anything and everything. So that's what we're gonna do. So yeah, I don't imagine that this stream is gonna go any longer than 1 or 2 hours. So it's gonna be pretty short, but I feel like having a follow-up to the work we did last night is kind of important, just to round out the discussion and give us an opportunity to talk about some things that we may not have touched on last night or that might need, a bit of an addendum to some of our opinions. So with that in mind, I'm going to actually summon my collab partner, Kali. Are you ready? You want me to call you? Do you want me to summon you? Because I think I've given kind of enough of an introduction to what we're going to be doing. Time for tea. Well, here's what I'm going to do. I already have some very luscious, very hydrating coconut water with me. So I think what we're going to do is treat that as tea time for now. And then if I need more to drink in like an hour or so, then I might have him go make some. I love coconut water. It's very hydrating. And I've also gotten back into drinking it after not drinking it for a couple of years. And it just made me wonder, why did I stop having the coconut water? But yes, I'm ready. Okay, then I shall summon thee. And then you all have to let me know if I need to fix volume or any of that stuff. Hello?
Hello?
Are you with us?
Yes?
Is there a spirit named Kali in the room?
Ooh, yes, I'm here.
I'm such a goof. Okay. So I think we can just move on to the online system. But first, since you have a little bit better of a memory than I do for certain things, Kali, what's something that you want us to talk about first? To start off this little episode from last time. Because I know you and I talked about a couple things, but I'm not sure where you want to start.
Okay, so from our explorations yesterday, I think one of the things that we should probably cover is, well, because we had one assumption about how things are with legacy content and those with stuff, as you can probably see there. There's we wanted to have a test legacy character.
Yes.
So we didn't get to Rogue yet, and so that's certainly another thing we could do, because I'm sure, General, you're curious about
I would say if we had to prioritize, we should do Rogue and Ranger, because I know at least in the way that Ranger used to be done, they got a lot of shit for how they were built and how they were executed as a class choice. So I think if we had to prioritize looking at any other classes, maybe we should at least do those two.
And Monk, too.
Oh, yeah. And Monk, too. So those three? Maybe.
Yeah, we can certainly do those. But yeah, first things first is doing a legacy character, like with the conscious choice of wanting to actually do a legacy character.
Right,
versus like saying, oh, you're only forced to do the new rules, which I think I may have to admit that maybe we didn't have enough information.
Well,
at the time,
I think that might be the case, and so that's why I want to kind of get on and just make sure about what the limitations are.
Because I saw there was an article about how they say that they're going to be rearranging, and how they say for those who have access to legacy content would be able to create characters even on their site as of the 3rd of this month.
Okay. So just to have this up while we're talking about it, as you can see here, we have a character that's just named Test Legacy Character. And then on sources, we have switched on expanded rules and switch on Legacy.
Mm-hmm.
And that's to obviously tell the system, hey, let us build with those options.
Because technically, expanded rules is one of those interesting things where it's like it could still technically work with your character,
Right.
basically. So that's what they mean by backwards compatible. It's like the expanded rules can still theoretically work, but then some building some species options are going to be slightly different. Or
Yes.
they won't
So,
quite work with the new.
so
with the
for
new
the
format.
sake of this Legacy character, what class do we want to choose to just show this off?
I don't know. We can even do a dual thing. Let's do a rogue. You know.
Old style rogue. Okay, so let's go ahead and add the class.
So now that's the new rogue. If you want to do an old rogue,
Oh, right. I think I have to do something specific, don't I?
you have to scroll down.
Oh,
more.
yes, that's okay. This is gonna confuse the shit out of me. Okay, so we have the new list. And then you have to scroll all the way down to do old rogue.
Yes.
See right there. For me, that just could be... Excuse me, we don't want new rogue and old rogue in the same build. Get out of here.
Okay.
That's kind of broken. It's like, I don't know. I'm having an identity crisis.
You could double this. Okay. Y'all, this is the only way you could double dip on a class. Bam! Is by blending in the
Old rogue
rules
versus
and
new
the
rogue.
old
Hey, yo.
rules and the new rules. Bam! There you go. There's my double dip class character. You know.
There's
There's
my double dipped daggers. Dagger face. Okay, that was legitimately unexpected.
You saw it here first, y'all.
That was literally unexpected. I did not think that it was gonna register rogue and rogue. That's kind of.
But hey, you know, it's a machine. It doesn't consider them as the same class so.
Anymore, which kind of should tell you something. Okay, so anyway.
So you could be a thief and an assassin.
Right.
Yay.
So it's almost like you could dual subclass. And that would be a way that you could technically do it, and it's technically allowed by the system. In a weird way.
Better than Rogue and Rouge. Ooh.
I don't know.
A little Marvel DC action or some, you know.
I don't, but like, see here.
Characters.
See, I actually want to see how broken that would be. So we're gonna do original Rogue, and then we're gonna go add class and go add new Rogue.
Dude. Okay,
just to see if the system allows.
Let's just carry that meme even further.
Let's just see what the system would allow, because right there it shows you if the system says no, they're not the same. Like that you could have old rogue and new rogue. That's kind of.
I mean, it's doubtful whether your DM would actually allow it.
Okay, full disclosure, your DM would probably not allow that. They'd probably be like, the fuck is this shit? No, you're either doing Legacy or you're doing new ones. But, like, since we're testing out the system, we might as well do it this way.
Yeah, because, like, would you still get the extra rogue multi-classing extra bonus proficiency? moment.
I don't know. That's kind of why I want to try it out and try to mess it up.
So
Okay, so
class.
you all
Add
can't
another class.
see this drop down menu, but for the old version of the Rogue, it does give us access to expanded rules and legacy. For things to choose, I'm gonna just go ahead and choose Phantom.
Okay.
For this, I'm gonna give them a dice set.
He's the Phantom of the Opera.
I love that movie, by the way. Okay, optional feature, steady aim. Let's just plug that on. Then I'm actually gonna see what happens if we add another class, but the other class is the new rogue. Yes, it allows it in the system. Okay?
The system is broken.
The system is
down. The system is
the system is pure Watsy. Watsy!
Whoopsie.
Basically.
Yeah, you gotta yell it out like
Watsy! Like that one
gotta
game
yell-
we all used to play growing up. Okay, expertise.
roll the die. I got all fives. Whoopsie.
So we get to choose rogue expertise still. So we get to choose 2 choices at first level.
Yep, you need to get extra expertise at first level, or the. Or
I
do
can't
the
wait-
doubling up on first level.
I can't
because you
wait
got
to
2
see
of them.
how broken this
Yeah.
is. Like,
Yeah, that's the unfortunate. We have no clue why that's happening for this particular thing. Maybe.
well, if I had to guess, I think it's because their system literally does not yet recognize these are the same class.
Well, have you tried a different browser? Maybe. Like, I'm curious about that because I'm wondering if it's browser specific to Opera.
Well, I don't
and
know.
how it interacts with OBS.
Oh, you mean the drop-down menu?
Yeah, if you open it, do you have another browser?
I have Microsoft Edge.
I mean, you could edge it, I suppose.
Uh,
And then,
no, I don't like it.
And just briefly copy paste where the link is, what is in Opera.
Okay, fine. Give me a moment, then. Hold on.
If it's for the sake of illustrating.
Okay.
It's hard to illustrate when somehow it's not translating to OBS.
Yes, okay, just give me a second, because my muscles are choosing to be extra spastic right now. They're like, would you like to paste this here? No. Would you like to only copy half of the address?
Too bad your spasticity doesn't also help with your milkshakes.
Who says it doesn't? Okay, now I gotta sign in. Now it's gonna make me sign in with my phone.
Why is the browser making you want to sign in?
Because it doesn't recognize that I'm already signed in on the other browser.
Oh, right. Because you gotta sign in to you gotta sign into the D&D Beyond. That's right.
Yes. Unfortunately, I gotta sign in twice.
we'll get this working. we'll see if it's like an OBS thing or if it's a browser thing or something.
Okay, we're in, I think.
So then you should be able to copy the address in the Opera one and link it here.
Okay. Well, that's not what I wanted to do. It made me create a new account, not just log into my old one.
Okay.
That's dumb.
You have it linked to Twitch.
Yes. Alright, hold on. I'm gonna have to...
Man, your model's going wild. Oh.
Yes, I know, because I'm having to lean into type stuff. Because we can't just keep this simple, can we? Okay, so then it moved all of my test characters. So... Okay, now I'm gonna try to see if it will show up on this browser instead of using Opera, which is what we typically use. And I got all kinds of things going on. Shiny.
Only work one way to find out. Which one's the star?
Huh?
You got the star-eyed.
I know. I don't remember how to turn it off, so we're just gonna look like this for a while.
Wow.
Wow, this is shit. I hate technology, guys. Okay, so here's the other thing.
Okay. So we go back into the test legacy character and edit.
Yes. Okay, so now we're gonna have to see if we can see the freaking drop-down menus. If we can't, I don't know why. I don't know why not. Alright. I just realized... Yes. Yes, I have a very, like, anime expression on right now. Yeah, and I don't have that wow sound thing on anymore. I don't think that I do. Wow! But that's okay. I need to figure out how to turn this expression off. I forget what... No, that's not the button I put it on. Damn it. No. Oh well. I'll figure it out later. Okay, let's see about the drop-down menus. Okay, so we have thieves can't. Thieves can't what? Talk like normal people. Okay, so we get to pick one extra language. This is for the new rogue. So we can pick common sign language. I'm gonna pick that because I want to. Did you all get to see that drop-down menu or not? Nope, still nothing. Wow. Alright then. So I guess it's not helped by a different browser. So Kali, what do you want to do? You still use this or use Opera?
If you don't want to use that, then don't feel like you need to any more than you need than that. So you can close the other browser if it's gonna be like that.
Well, it doesn't really help like it doesn't help the problem that we were trying to help it with.
Well, that's unfortunate.
Yeah, I don't know why. It's just like, oh yeah, we're not gonna bother showing that. So we have weapon mastery that we can choose here. I'm gonna choose blowgun for my rogue because I think that'd be cool. So now, with the core rules, we can choose Arcane Trickster, Assassin, Soul Knife, or Thief. I think I'm gonna go Soul Knife so that I can have Psionic Power and Psychic Blades, because that sounds like fun.
Wow, technology is crap.
Basically. Wow! I don't think I'll be able to find a way to get off this wow expression for the whole rest of the stream. Because it's just like, no TV, you're just going to be stuck with that face. How amazing! Great. Anyways. I know I put it on a number, I just don't remember which number I put it on right now. My brain's just like... No, screw you. We're not gonna recall that information right now. Ah, yes, the joys of being neurodivergent. Recalls a bunch of stuff when I don't need to. Fails to recall something when I really need to recall it. Whee!
Oh, no.
Yeah, oh well.
Alright, so what if it's like so Anyway, we've proven that this is possible
So,
on
technically,
the site.
yes. You can build a legacy character in this system, but here's the big caveat still. In order to build it, you have to have already purchased the stuff, like I said, when it wasn't legacy. If you didn't purchase it back then, you're out of luck.
You might, maybe, still be able to get it between now and when the thing finally delivers. You might have this may be your only window left if you haven't gotten it before, and really, if you care enough about having it on this site and not on other and and you're not already committed to other sites, and this is what you really want,
Right.
then you'd if you're really committed to this site, then there. But I probably bet after how everybody else is and things and feelings towards WotC, and
Yeah, and this is what
This
we
is
get after all this stuff. Um I think I have a right to be a little critical of all of that stuff because basically, even after everything, getting so-called feedback and doing all this stuff, sure, it's a newer version, but I'm still left questioning, is this going to mean more players? Is this really functionally going to mean more people actually enjoying to play Dungeons and Dragons? As many as there were previously, or no? And I don't know. I mean, there are some things I feel like are an improvement, but also I feel like there are just things in general that just make me, as someone who has a bunch of legacy content, say, well, sure, I may be able to build with it, I may be able to do something with it, but is that really going to mean anything if the dungeon master that I have doesn't allow a legacy? What happens if I'm the only one at my table with legacy content and I make a build with that content and then the rest of the table says, well, that's not fair and you're not going to be allowed to play that character because you have legacy and we don't?
Or even more, more to the case, you can piecemeal pretty much, and that's another thing about this is I think the only one if I'm trying to think about what's a way someone could realistically get the most benefit out of this transition, and the only way I can think about it is kind of like you and anyone else in similar position where they have both the the original 2014 player's handbook and Dungeon Master, all that other stuff content, already as legacy, already there, and then they also have the new content, and then are able to piecemeal mix and match.
Right, and then that might be the only way that
you get the most benefit, but it feels but you'd have to justify a Franken build.
Well, that's what I was gonna say.
From Franken rules.
This still kind of feels. This still kind of feels that way, and it just makes me a little frustrated because as a DM and as a player both in original 5e, we already had problems with certain players having access to certain supplemental books or certain supplemental things, granting them spells, subclasses, race, origins, things like that. And even that was enough to cause division between players and DMs about, well, I own the material to make this character concept, but then the DM and other players had to decide, well, do we allow that concept, but then what about everybody else? Are they just going to have to put up with vanilla?
So here's one thing that this sudden realization that from this test proves to us. What you could do is you could do hilarious little 10 by 10s, essentially, where you see the build up to level 10, for one version, and then you see the level how it is for level 10 for the new version right next to each other on the same
On
character.
the same character sheet, and it also makes me wonder, is the character sheet gonna differentiate between like a legacy rogue in that case or
Well,
the core? So that's the
well,
next thing we're gonna be looking at.
well, then you would have to say Phantom Soul Knife against Phantom Soul Knife.
Yes.
Phantom Rogue class features. Level 3 Roguish Archetype.
Yes, it's loading. So, Soul Knife against Soul Knife.
Yes. So if even the Soul Knife between the two the same.
Okay, so then I'm gonna level both of these up to 10.
Yeah, so basically, quite
And
literally,
I'm going to go ahead and choose a species.
Yeah.
What do I want to do here? Maybe,
How about a legacy feral tiefling?
Okay.
Legacy feral variant.
Yes, yes, yes. Which they literally don't make them like that anymore.
So scroll
All the way down.
to legacy.
Yes.
Wow,
Tiefling.
look at where they are. They're way, way, way.
Look at all these tieflings we don't have anymore. I am sad. We don't have all these tieflings.
Standard tiefling, the Mordenkainen's Tome of Foe. Look, they're all now down in Avernus together.
Oh, no.
About to be forgotten as legacy. Look
Forgotten
at all of them.
in hell.
Oh.
Okay, so I guess Tiefling Legacy basic rules?
Down. No, I think there should be a variant or maybe it's in is expanded rules because it's.
Let me check expanded rules. Okay. Yeah, no, it's here. Variant Feral Tiefling. Sword Coast Guide.
Okay, so then I guess that means all right. So feral tiefling, variant feral tiefling, and standard variant tiefling. So I guess what that means is those technically are still not legacy, but they are, but because they are Sword Coast Guide expansion rules, then it's like extra. It's added on top of the core rules.
Yeah, and I kind of
it's not quite legacy yet.
Yeah, and I kind of feel weird with the whole like changeover into species. I would much prefer something like, legacy or like some other term. I don't know.
That's gonna break the whole Joe Cat's song.
All
rap song about the species.
All the species.
I mean, maybe. I don't know.
I don't know. Variant Tiefling, one choice. Winged.
There's many.
Let's do that because we're not gonna get wings anymore. So you know what? That makes me really rare.
Well, I mean, okay, but if they're expanded rules though, then yes, they still are allowed. It just means.
But you have to have owned the book for it. That's what I'm saying, and because they're gonna be phasing out the ability to buy those books, and they pretty much have already on the digital side of things. Good luck.
Yeah, so it's not legacy. It's the variant ones are not legacy, but they are now labeled in extended rules, which
Mm-hmm.
is gonna throw people off because it's kind of like how when a grocery store
Mm-hmm.
reorganized its entire layout of where things are, and then you're like, wait, where was that? Where's all the stuff that I used to remember shopping for? It used to be
Right.
right here, and then it's like then the shoppers or the staff is like, oh yeah, that's right, we moved everything, we shifted everything around for because
So,
management said so. And
so
it's like,
for
okay,
example, in this, if we go to background, we can choose from core rules, which is like the new core of
uh-huh,
backgrounds. We have expanded rules available, and of
uh-huh.
course, we have legacy backgrounds available.
Legacy, and of course any other options such as whatever you decide to make available, such as homebrew. But in this case, we're trying to cut down on all the scrolling down like
Mm-hmm.
option
Well, and
option
especially
windows.
if you all cannot even see like the lists that I can see.
Yeah, which is a shame. I don't know why that is. I'm why it's when the window is showing, it's only showing that.
I don't. Maybe it's a setting, maybe it's a thing. I don't know. I'm gonna just build this for the sake of doing this.
But I think we can pretty much sure. Okay, yeah, urchin, yeah, there seems about
I
right.
mean, this is pretty much like your unimaginative, like, typical rogue build.
Yes.
There's
You grew
not.
up. You had a hard life. You had to uh, pickpocket and grab like get and you know you had to street rat it for like a good portion of your life just to survive
Okay, so we're
all
gonna
that other
do
stuff.
10 and 10 now.
But even
Just
then, it
to
just
see what
feels weird
happens.
because now because again, it's just like the whole urchin idea just isn't there in the player's handbook, and it just feels so wild that it's legacy. And then it all changed when the rabbit attacked.
We're gonna do.
Dang Fire Nation rabbit.
Actually, we're gonna. I'm gonna do that and then go back to background. And make sure that's good.
Uh,
So I'm just mostly making some choices. To just build something out. I'm not really being serious. Look at the boons.
uh, so yeah, I mean, okay. And don't feel like you have to do the ability score improvements.
Yeah,
Like,
I'm not gonna bother. But let's go into new um portion. Okay. So we get to choose a skill, obviously. So let's do investigation.
so yeah, it's still doing the multi-class things. If you have a rogue as a multi-class, it's just hilarious that that you're doubling it up and you already
Yeah,
have a
it's
rogue as a
probably
first.
gonna be disgusting. Okay, so we have more expertise that we get to choose here.
Let the do the Ted Pats. Those person gave head pats.
Okay, hold on. Thank you for the headbands. Let me summon the mage hand.
Where's... Do I have the headbands thing? No. Do we? Wait.
What?
I might.
What? Big head pat. Big pats. But anyway, welcome in, Loved Pigeon. We're just playing around with the D&D character builder. Just kind of seeing what... Oh, that's behind Collie. Okay, well, that's fun. I was gonna head pat you, but... just gonna end up petting the air behind you, so... Yeah, it's fun. It's also very illuminating. Apparently, we can do old rogue right next to new rogue. And we have no more expertise that we can choose from. Like, the menu is empty. So, that's fun.
And that funny.
Boon of irresistible offense? Okay. Boon of the Night Spirit. What is this? Merge with shadows. Yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and give my rogue that. Why not? That's broken.
Wait, hold on. Wait.
What?
How much? Like, is the character a level 20 or 19 something plus character now?
Well, yeah, because I'm doing both ones up to 10.
Oh, okay. So, wow. Wait, how many? So how many times can one have hecking boons?
Apparently, more than...
Like for every single like ability score improvement? Because you're...
Maybe. I don't know. This looks broken, guys. No, are you kidding me?
Boon of speed, boon, all the boons.
No, this is gonna make the game super broken. I don't like it. Oh no. Just look at all the cheese we can add to this. Oh no. More skills. This is so sick, and not in a cool way. This is just...
Yep, so it's like
No, this is... Great. This is
So
just...
It's like how things like that activate. It's like, you're not limited to one. It just unlocks at that level. So if you somehow have a character that is at that level, you can go back and basically quote respec, and then like in Baldur's Gate, but you'd be like, hey DM, can I respec and turn all my previous feats into boons?
No, this is really broken. Like...
Maximum.
I really think it's a bit much to say, hey, you can choose a boon. Like, more than once. I think, based on this kind of test, cheese-filled build here, I think that's way too much. That's way too much cheddar going on.
And again, this is also something where it's like, it's not even, like, even though, yes, this is a silly, like, only can happen on the builder kind of hilarious double dip build. Even then,
the fact that you can still get so many options to choose a boon and therefore make yourself even more invincible to what the DM is supposed to be able to throw at you for a challenge. To me, this looks like a freaking nightmare.
It's like,
for a poor
it's
DM.
Quite literally, it's legal now for new rules to epic boons every single ability score improvement.
To me, I feel like that's way too much, and I feel like if I had to DM a game with these options, I would say, hell no! You get one boon, and you get it near the end of the game. I am not going to allow you to select that crap all the way through your leveling.
I mean...
Because then I have to start throwing Dracolic level baddies at you just to vomit out enough damage and enough stress to make it interesting.
Or even enemies that are completely and utterly immune to damage.
Which then becomes what? It becomes ridiculous. And then you as players are like, DM, we hate this. They're just straight up immune. So to me, I feel like this is just going to enable players to be more and more power building.
At that point, the DM literally has to throw invulnerable baddies at you just to challenge you.
So I'm going to just go ahead and take a look here. So it says, no, literally here it says Rogue 10, Rogue 10. So can we just look at the disgusting level of some of these things? This is with raw stats. Look, I did not even put my stats in. Look at what happens to all these checks. This is just raw.
I mean, some of them, even on raw, can go all the way with points in there, can go all the way up to 17 and even more.
But you get my point. This is all that stuff before we've even officially put in points. Yes, it's broken. Yes, we made a character that technically we shouldn't be able to make. But just look how souped up you can make a character.
Isn't that the one with the boon of proficiency where it's proficient in everything?
Like, it's the boon of skills. Is what I chose. Is what I chose to really give you all some cheddar. So that you get to see what it looks like when a player just goes, well, if it allows me to pick it.
You know what? All right. This demands.
Golly, what are you doing? What are you doing? Do I even want to know? Anyway, it doesn't matter how you look at it. It's just like, I wanted to one-shot a Trask. Poor Dino did not even stand a chance. At that point, it's like, no, I'm gonna make you face off full-blown T-Rexes in my game. With actual health points close to a T-Rex. Might even have to make the health pool in the thousands. If you're gonna be that cheesed. But this is where I think it really gets unfun for DMs. And I know you probably are gonna be listening to this and being like, but Tiffy, not every DM feels that way. That's fine. There are some DMs that don't mind having players that make extreme builds and do all this and that. I'm not one of those DMs. It's like, I understand you want to have a nice build. But at the same time, it's like, you gotta realize that a DM still has to provide you with some challenge and a game worth playing in, and some of this ability to choose boons and really put on the frosting is just like, well, then you're just gonna make your character more and more invulnerable to some of the challenges I think are supposed to be in a game like that. But Mom, I want to be the main character, and untouchable.
It basically means that the moment characters turn level 19, it's gonna be a scary, scary time.
And for me as a DM, I don't enjoy having to make things tougher and tougher and tougher on my players just to give them a challenge. This is a problem when we have too much power creep and too much feature creep. Is then the encounters have to get outlandish, really, to even
stupid.
yeah. I mean, and again, I have some friends who enjoy that. That's fine. I'm not one of those people. I want to still have like believable encounters. I don't want to have to send like Goku level Goku level, like, world ending stuff. I don't know. I look at some of this and I'm like, yeah, I know we built a broken rogue purposefully to kind of demonstrate some of the weirdness. But also I just feel like, my God, look at how easy it is to make just something completely whack, just completely impervious to a lot of the things that a DM might want to challenge their players with. But I want to be so OP that I can kill the strongest enemy by throwing a gravel on it. Yes? We doing pencil and paper? For me personally, I used to do D&D on pencil and paper, but because of my like disability things, I do like being able to do a digital system like D&D Beyond to make characters into, do things like that. So for me it's easier. But bless virus. That's called handing magic stones off to a peasant railgun. No. Through sheer inertia, it just like ends this poor sod. Okay, so what do you want to do next? Ranger or monk? We'll do both. I just want to know what you want to do next.
Pretty much, because it's like, if they make passing an item off to another character a free action.
No, that's so
like
broken.
An entire line of like the sheer distance that a thing travels. It's just like stupid,
And at that point, what are we even playing, dude? Like.
You know what would be even more hilarious? Like on the other, like it may travel that light speed through an entire line of peasants, but the last peasant still has to throw it like, and it just lands limply against the grass, like looking down, like, excuse me.
Oh, what a terrible way to just upend your players. Yeah, the final guy in the railgun just absolutely fails the check, and it's just.
Pretty much. And there's two more stones like going through the chain right after them.
Actually, there's an idea. Fly up high and drop some coins on the enemies, pretty much.
Well, yeah, that's like the penny drop from.
Well, at that point, you know what you should do? You should like drop the coins, but not before like casting enlarge on the coins. So that by the time they fall,
yeah. Then at that point, then it's something straight out of Looney Tunes, getting the anvil dropped on your head. Clong. Well, you got your money.
Is that enough change for you, sir? Okay, so what do we want to do next? Rogue or Ranger?
Let's do Ranger, since we already did the Rogue with the test character.
Yeah. Let's turn my coins into meteors! Yay! Well, that would give a new that would give a new meaning to the term golden shower. Anyway, let's move on. Let's move on. Monk. I think that's what you said, right? That's what we're doing next. No, I don't want to view it. Tiefy. Edit it. That's what I get. That's what I get for being annoying like that. Edit.
You know, you're interesting when you're just like slightly unhinged.
I hope my unhinged is adorable. Okay, so we're not doing homebrew. We're not doing legacy and any of that for this.
I don't know. I think it is.
Thank you. Well, at least you do. I don't know about anybody else, but that's okay.
Yeah, we're just doing expanded rules and legacy.
Yep.
Although, I mean, I have to wonder whether even expanded rules will make sense, because it's all the things from Sword Coast Guide to all the other books.
Right, to all the other books they released recently, like Humblewood and I believe...
That's Humblewood is something else. That's talking like Tasha's Guide, Tasha's Cauldron, and Xanathar's Guide and other stuff like that.
Well, do you want me to flick on those other things, or should we just leave it as is?
We can let's say we can turn off expanded rules just so it's just legacy.
I have that. I have it all off right now. I have homebrew off. I have expanded rules off.
So we just need legacy for the monk.
Okay, so we're doing another one of these broken things. So we want to do legacy first.
Whichever first, yes.
Or the new one.
Whichever first. It kind of doesn't.
I guess it doesn't matter, but anyway, let's.
Well, I can, yeah.
I'm gonna do legacy first because I'm more familiar with that. So we're gonna do up to level 3 to begin with. So Legacy has Way of Shadows, we have 4 elements, we have Open Hand. I'm gonna do Way of Open Hand.
Well, actually, here's an idea. If we're really gonna see what the proficiencies are and what the new one gives, we need to have the new one as primary, and then we have the...
Okay, well then it does matter, so then don't say, I don't know.
Well, because the gears didn't click at the time, so now it did.
Okay, we're gonna start with level 3 because that's a manageable thing. Yep. Okay, so again they have core, traits table.
So one thing I did think about as like from last time is that I think what is gonna maybe happen more is there's gonna be more of an interesting choice when it comes to multiclassing. Speaking of multiclassing. Because with so much of the subclasses and all those differentiating features coming at level 3, and you can only get them now for all classes in the new version at level 3, then with other features of the class coming at level 6 as a pure class, then it comes into an interesting question between like... It's going to become a question, and you're probably going to see this in the optimizers, any of those that are due so for the system. This new system is how much of do you want to commit to one class up to level 6 versus 2 classes at level 3, and then you have to balance those to decide whether that commitment is worth it to you.
Right. And that's the other thing, because they have moved a lot of the multi-classing, like, fun features to level 3. What it's really done is made you commit more strongly to gain the benefits so that people don't just come in, take one base level for all the features. and
You could still
then
probably
hop
have
out,
those.
you know?
You could still have those that want to just like take a dip into Warlock for whatever, and then just get some features that way, and
Right.
Eldritch Blast that
But
way.
either way, it
But
makes
none
you,
of the other fun features,
yeah.
though.
But either way, it makes you have to commit more, which, in terms of a multi-class, then you have to think to yourself, are the features at 3 classes worth the combined interest of the feature at level 6 for one class?
But the also other problem that I also know from that is that what it's really also going to hurt too with a lot of that variety of that stuff anchoring around level 3 is that it means any multi-classing builds from 1 to level 3,
Mm-hmm.
like up to within the level 3, are now going to be a lot harder to pull off,
Right.
or impossible, because like for those that like you can't have the wizards subclass at level 2 paired with like a warlock or a cleric at level 1. You can't do that anymore. Now you'll only have just the basic features of level 1 thing for
Mm-hmm.
those classes, and for the other one up to level 2, and you won't get any specialization from any
Right.
of them. It'll just be this weird weird half breed that feels like it doesn't
So,
really get
I
any of the
find it interesting
fun
that
benefits of either.
they changed the terminology in your monk subclass. They changed it from way of to warrior of.
Yes.
That, I don't know. As a language person, I liked the way of
Yeah.
something something mechanic because it just felt like
yeah.
more monkish.
Yeah.
Whereas
The
like
way
warrior just sounds too tough. It sounds like, wait, are these barbarian? Like, are these like fighter subclasses? I don't know. So we have the option of Warrior of Mercy, Warrior of Shadow, Warrior of the Elements,
Yeah.
Warrior of the Open Hand.
It really does feel a little like terminologically.
Gross.
It feels weird.
So I chose the Open Hand so that we can have a better comparison.
Yeah, it would
So
have
it's-
open hand. It would have to be open hand versus open hand. But yeah.
So it's funny because here they have open hand techniques and they actually specify Addle. The target cannot make opportunity attacks until its next turn, aka stun, push, or topple. So they actually give you some techniques
Okay, so
to do with that.
I'd probably bet they just took the bullet points and said, let's take out the bullet points and give them names.
Yeah, I think you'd be right on that. Okay, now we're gonna go into.
Well, let's look at that. Let's see if that's the case. Because,
I was gonna put on the Legacy Monk next so that we can start comparing it.
Okay.
Is that okay, or?
Yeah. I just didn't know whether you did that. I lost track.
This is so weird having the same class right next to.
Only on D&D Beyond.
Only on D&D Beyond. This is.
Okay. You know what? We also.
Yes.
Okay.
Do
Damn
we?
it, we need to get that.
Do we?
All right. Yeah, heckin'. Like, we all know what song we're getting.
Okay. Yeah, okay. See. So they didn't really do anything different. They just took away the bullet points and added a name for it. Because they had this in the original version, but it was in bullet points. So in the new version, they just gave it a name and took away the bullet points. Wow. And in this version, we get deflect missiles. Do we get deflect missiles here too? we get something called Monk's Focus. Your martial training allows you to harness a well of extraordinary energy within yourself. Okay, so this is what they're calling it. I'm assuming instead of ki, it's focus points.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I guess that's fine. Uncanny metabolism. What? When you roll initiative, you can you can regain all expended focus points. When you do so, roll your martial arts die and regain a number of hit points to your monk level. Okay. I don't understand why that was called metabolism, because that's typically digestion speed, but okay. It's
Only on D&D Beyond.
D&D Beyond. Yes. Okay, so it's mostly the same with a couple of changes. So the interesting thing is here we have deflect attacks. And it used to be like deflect missiles.
Okay.
Which was like a specific thing. So let me read what it says for...
Well, I guess deflect attacks does seem a little bit better, but versus like missiles. But it's like,
right.
But I'm a monk. I can deflect a guided missile coming at me because I can deflect missiles.
So it says when an attack roll hits you and its damage includes bludgeoning, piercing, or slashing, you can take a reaction to reduce the attack's total damage. The reduction equals 1d10 plus your dexterity mod and your monk level. If you reduce the damage to 0, you can expend 1 focus point to redirect some of the attack's force. If you do so, you can choose whatever creature within 5 feet of yourself to kind of deal this out to. I guess that's interesting because it allows you to basically be like, no, you have this. No, you deal with it. Basically.
So how does that compare versus the original monk?
Well, let's go take a look at the wording on deflect missiles. It says starting at 3rd level, you can use your reaction to deflect or catch a missile when you are hit by a ranged weapon attack. So this was for ranged.
Yes.
And the new one is for more like melee or close range stuff.
Either close range or does it or any attack?
Let me read it again. Okay, so it says when an attack...
you got it, Nexus. It's like, I can deflect a guided warhead because I said I can. You know, imagine if, like you like in Power World, like you launch a guided missile at
and a character just goes,
deflects
no!
it like a Pow sphere. It just goes, pink. No.
Just imagine this monk just like, no, bitch. Just flicks away your thing.
Freaking Anubis just deflects it like point. No.
That's no.
Not gonna work on me. Pretty much.
So here's what it says. When an attack roll hits you, and the damage includes bludgeoning, piercing, or slashing damage, you can take a reaction.
Okay, so that's any attack.
So it doesn't say melee or ranged, but it says the damage types must be in those realms of bludgeoning, piercing, slash.
So no deflecting a laser bolt. Right?
No. But here's what it says. Let me read a bit more. If the attack was melee, you can put some of the damage back on a creature within 60 feet of yourself that isn't behind total cover. If the attack was ranged attack, that creature must succeed on a dexterity saving throw or take damage equal to 2 rolls of your martial arts die plus your dexterity modifier. The damage is the same as what was dealt by the attack.
Okay, so within 5 feet of yourself, if it's a melee attack. So basically, if there's like two ones right next to each other, you could just direct it and have them say hit the other guy, right?
Basically.
Whereas
within
if it's a
60
ranged
feet
attack,
of you if it's ranged.
Then you ricochet it off of yourself,
and they're not
send it up
completely
to
hidden.
Some other guy.
So, I don't know. That might be cooler, and
it's a lot more flexible.
That might be a lot more useful because, okay, I'm gonna say the couple of times that I have played Monk, that was the one thing that was confusing for me as a player in the original edition is what the hell counts as a missile? So, anytime I use that feature, I would have to go to my DM and say, can I count that acorn, that bullet, or that pot as a missile?
Right.
And block it because missile is very nondescript but also very unhelpfully specific. Because anyone can interpret missile.
Right? Yeah, it could be any projectile, right?
Mm-hmm.
Anything that is some kind of what would be a bullet, right?
Mm-hmm.
That has some kind of object being lobbed at you at high speed.
Basically, and so like in the old rules, that was very non-helpful in that sense because there was a lot of interpretation about what even constituted a missile. It's still kind of vague here for some of the kind of attacks that might count, but at least you have more options of how to use the feature instead of saying, like, does this count as a missile or what?
Once again, leaving it up to the DM to be
Which
like,
then makes it really awkward because then the players might be like, well, we don't like the way you interpreted that. We hate that.
Yeah.
You know? Okay, so once again, we can choose ability score improvement or feat. Which we can choose from core rules, or we can choose from legacy. So I don't know. I'll choose from.
I don't know, Tavern Brawler, because I don't know, Monk.
Yeah, that's kind of what I was gonna go for. That. Constitution score, probably, because we're not gonna do a strength-based monk. Not for this, we're not. Yay, we get to choose another feat! So I'm going to choose tough, so we have more hit points. And let me see what... Okay, this was for the old edition. Now we gotta level up the new edition one. To see what happens. Once again, this is probably gonna get ultra disgusting.
Yeah,
I can imagine some DMs being real dickish with the interpretation. Well, yes, and it also doesn't help when the people whose job it is to produce content that is playable and repeatable as far as how you judge, like, rules, it would be nice if they clarified so the DMs were not in the hot seat with a bunch of players saying, I hate your ruling. Runia, welcome in, dear. Don't worry. I don't consider you late. I consider you right on time. Welcome in. So, Runia, we have discovered, due to some sort of glitch in the current system, that you can actually build characters with both the new way of conceptualizing a class and the old way. So in a way, this is a broken way of getting a literal side-by-side comparison.
Only on D&D Beyond.
Only on D&D Beyond. It's D&D Beyond comprehension. Yeah. But see, here again, we get to choose more feats, aka boons. This is still broken. So I could choose boon of energy resistance. So I could just choose, I'm just going to be resistant to certain things. Will they let me be resistant to force? No, it actually doesn't look like they're gonna give me the option to resist that. Clever. But I am gonna resist thunder. You took it away from the one who made the site, and now you don't know how to rework, update. Oh no. Yeah, and this is... I don't even know if they're gonna be able to fix this. But for right now, because I have both the legacy and the new content, this is the insanity that we're currently dealing with. So we still get slow fall, but I actually think we get it earlier now, don't we? Let me see about that. Okay, no, I think it's at the same... No, I think that's at the same level. Okay, never mind. Yeah, so either way, we can build really broken stuff. Mostly because we can still continue to choose these kinds of boons if we want to. Oh no. So we could choose alert and never be surprised. And always get a boost to initiative. Wow, this is broken. So of course we want to do wisdom score. Because as a monk, we're like wisdom based. And once you reach level 19 plus, you can turn all ability score improvements in it. Yeah. So, yeah, no way that's not broken. No, that's perfectly balanced.
Yeah, perfectly balanced as a certain...
as a certain tea-drinking Brit would say. Perfectly balanced. No exploits whatsoever.
Exactly.
It's fine. Sure. So yeah, this is just a taste of what it would look like to have both, monk classes. Let's just go ahead and take a look at the,
I mean, so, is it is the new monk worth it enough? Have they made enough changes to it that you'd be like, you would have that monk versus the other monk? Minimum even for the change to the deflecting attacks.
I think
that also include melee as well.
I think I like that feature, and I think that it is a definite improvement. I think that maybe having the thing be called focus points maybe is a better choice. Because I feel like a lot of people always got misled when it was like, well, what's key points? Is it magic? Is it, what is it? So I feel like at least with focus points, it's a little more illustrative about maybe what you would want to use it for. But then you also have martial arts die as well, that they've given some abilities to you to use those and get benefits, which I think that might be an okay thing. So back in the older edition, we had some other features and things. And now I just want to really see, like, how many things did they keep. So we still have slow fall, we have extra attack, we have stunning strike and powered strikes. We still have evasion. The one thing I'm not seeing, though, unless it's at a different level, is like the thing that they were used to call stillness of mind. I wonder if this is, because now they have something called heightened focus, which is where, of course, you have flurry of blows, patient defense, step of the wind. That's pretty much what you used to be able to do with your key points, aka now focus points. What is this self-restoration? Through sheer force of will, you can remove one of the following conditions from yourself at the end of each of your turns. Each of your turns, charmed, frightened, or poisoned. In addition, foregoing food and drink doesn't give you levels of exhaustion. Okay. So you hear that, chat? We have a fasting bonus. We can go without eating and drinking, and we're just fine. We're just fine like that. Maybe they were trying to move away from the Eastern Buddhist aesthetic. Yes. I mean, I can see that, but also it's still kind of in the character concept. I understand trying to avoid, quote, appropriation and be appropriate and sensitive to cultures. But also it's like, okay, which part of this do we actually need to put the attention in to not be seen as rude or pandering or things like that, you know? Maybe it's to avoid typecasting, maybe, but you know, I think anyone can take any role and make it typecast, right? We could all take the role of like a rogue or a, you know, wizard and do things that are very stereotypical. Maybe not the same as like the monk situation, but given that the monk class was very much inspired by, you know, the monk type movies that were alive and well in the 70s and 60s and stuff, what can you do? You know, it's always probably going to have a little bit of Eastern influence. Granted, there are things that you can do to be a little more culturally, like, sensitive. Kali is just an emote kind of guy. He loves to use emotes. Anyway, I think I've rambled on enough about it. I think there are things in the new monk build that I appreciate. So in that way, I think it might still be worth playing.
Again, I think what it's going to be is it's kind of going to be almost a piecemeal Franken update. Like, again, between the past and the new. Like, you'd have some kind of somewhere between a 5.5 or no 5.13 level of like super Frankenstein.
But they did release 2 books on TNC. Yes.
Oh, I also like looked back and I saw, so like, but the So they did some updates on the spells, and so that's another thing I want to pay attention to. I want to kind of look at spells because it's like, okay, there's some egregious ones that are really, really bad,
Okay, so
and we gotta go look at them.
you're gonna have to pinpoint me to those. So how do you want to go and do that?
Maybe the bard. I don't know which ones would have it at this point. Maybe the wizard, but let's try the bard. Yeah. Let's go back to that one.
Like I say, I think there's a difference between, people who are honestly trying to portray a culture different than theirs in a respectful, knowledgeable way, and when people are wanting to portray a culture and they're being lazy. I think there's a huge difference. And in my opinion, from my limited experience with what Paizo produces, they at least try to avoid too much, like ill-informed content creation. Like, I can at least see that they're trying to be well-rounded and they're trying to be cognizant of where these ideas are being borrowed from so that they can do so responsibly. So in that sense, I do have to give them some credit in putting in a little more effort.
Maybe.
Possibly to be a little more, as much as we can say in a fantasy setting, right, culturally accurate, quote unquote.
Perhaps, but then they also have Journeys into the Radiant Citadel, which was specifically designed to be an extra source book, kind of like the Grand Bazaar equivalent of like in Pathfinder. That's just like, oh, these are things from other regions.
Yeah.
That were
that's what D&D tried to do. That's what D&D tried to do.
Culturally accommodating.
Which is fine, but I think there's a way you have to do it so that people feel like, hey, you're actually making an effort and you're not just, doing it in a token sense.
That would be like, here's the deal. You know how there's a literal martial arts thing in freaking Candlekeep, where you're going into a book about martial arts to do something specifically focused on martial arts in D&D for that purpose. So if you want to get your martial artist on, that's there, and that's already there. And then she's like, so, what? At that point, you're just like, stop doing this little piecemeal thing. And if you really wanted to do the martial arts update, and then just shunk it into that, and just basically, there's your monk. Boom.
Okay, so Kali, we're looking at Bard.
Okay, so
for the spells thing.
So what we look at are some old spells. We need to start looking at those because.
Okay, then hold on then, because then I need to switch back on some legacy stuff to make sure that we're looking at that.
And specifically the new spells and how they change. And I guess, this is... And then we can just take off some of the other partnered content stuff that's in there.
I don't have it switched on. I just switched on expanded rules.
That's fine, but they're still present there because we didn't delete them. The system is very poopy that way. You gotta go over there and delete it manually.
I'm confused. What are you talking about?
Go to the class. Go to the spells. In the College of Dance. Get rid of Drain's Bane of Excellence. Get rid of Obfuscate Object. Get rid of Doom of Poor Fortune.
Okay, anything else?
So we need to start looking at some cantrips and other spells. Starting with, does the bard still have True Strike?
So I'm gonna be looking at cantrips, which
Yes.
is level 0.
Yes.
True Strike.
All right, let's add that. Let's see what it does. Let's see what the new True Strike is. Okay.
Okay.
Well, we need to look at it. Like, open it up to see what it does.
Okay, so it says guided by a flash of magical insight, you make one attack with the weapon used in the spell's casting. The attack uses your spell casting ability for the attack and damage rolls instead of using strength or dexterity. If the attack deals damage, it can be radiant damage or the weapon's normal damage type, your choice. And it says cantrip upgrade. Whether you deal radiant damage or the weapon's normal damage type, the attack deals extra radiant damage when you reach levels 5, which is a 1d6, level 11, 2d6, and level 17, 3d6.
Oh, look what they did. They turned True Strike into Booming Blade, or
Basically.
into those Sword Coast melee type cantrips.
And it says one
which has
action.
components S and M with the weapon.
says-
Literally those wording.
And it says one action self instantaneous.
Okay, so True Strike doesn't suck anymore. It literally is now an option along with Booming Blade and Green Flame Blade.
So better, I guess. I guess it's an improvement.
Well, from absolute, what everybody says is the most absolute
Dragon
crap,
shit.
to something that melee type casters might and bards and other ones might actually use.
Okay, what other spells do you want me to check out? Any more cantrips?
Friends.
Okay. Concentration, one action, 10 feet. Says you magically emanate a sense of friendship toward one creature you see within range. The target must succeed on a wisdom saving throw or have the charm condition for the duration. The target succeeds automatically if it isn't a humanoid, if you're fighting it, or if you have cast a spell on it, meaning probably the same one, within the last 24 hours. The spell ends early if the target takes damage, or if you make an attack roll, deal damage, or force anyone to make a saving throw.
Wait, that almost seems like a cantripized charmed person, just with concentration.
Basically. When the spell ends, the target knows it was charmed by you.
But the only limitation, of course, is only one person and concentration.
Right, which means...
Whereas charm person can be spread to multiple and doesn't require it.
But it takes a spell slot. So depending on the situation, friends could now be a little more broken in terms of...
Dude, I would use friends just anyways.
I'm gonna add it then because
now as a cantrip, because it's like, you know, as charm person, I've barely used it as a leveled spell, but now as a cantrip, I would probably find myself, or all the, you know, the charming ones, right? Extra double D20 persuasion.
Yeah. So okay, any other cantrips you want to check out, or you want to move to leveled spells?
Prestidigitation. Let's see how that looks.
Okay, so it says one action, 10 feet range area, 1 hour. It says you can create a magical effect within range. Choose the effect from the options below. If you cast the spell multiple times, you have a... Huh?
Fireplay?
Ooh, let me get to it. I haven't gotten to it yet. Choose from an option below. You cast the spell multiple times. You can have up to 3 of its non-instantaneous effects active at a time. Sensory effect. Fire play. You can instantaneously light or snuff out a candle, torch, or small campfire. Clean or soil. Minor sensation. You chill, warm, or flavor. Why is that called a sensation? Here I'm thinking you like touch somebody in the darkness of night. You know. Magic mark. You make a color or small mark or a symbol appear on an object. Minor creation. You create a small magical, non-magical trinket or an illusory image.
At that point, it's like, dude, you're just being weird.
You're just doing all sorts of stuff. I mean,
literally, you could just poke somebody some weirdly, you know, and that's like 10 feet away from you. You just touch them on their back, and you're not even there. You know, minors.
I mean, I would say this one is still good, but what do you think, Holly?
It's about the same. It's just. Here, the thing that's different is that they defined it better, because before, again, like I said, there's no bullet points.
Right.
They've named the effects.
Right, so that people know more about what it does or doesn't do.
I'm just like, fire play? My goodness, that's going to be like...
Really? Really? Okay.
Yeah, then you can flavor a stick spoon to taste sweet for a poor man's well. Exactly. Yes, you can. I mean,
okay, let's take a look at Vicious Mockery because it's one of my favorite
but the original prestidigitation allowed you to do that too.
Mm-hmm.
It's just they defined it better with bold words.
So that people know what it means, guys. So we're looking at Vicious Mockery next because it's one of my favorite cantrips of all time. You unleash a string of insults laced with subtle enchantments at one creature you can see or hear within range. The target must succeed on a wisdom saving throw or take 1d6 psychic damage and have disadvantage on the next attack roll it makes before the end of its next turn. And now, cantrip upgrade. The damage increases by 1d6 when you reach level 5, meaning 2d6, then 3d6 at level 11, and 4d6 at level 17. So I think that's an upgrade because it only used to be a d4 for the damage, and so they've upped the damage die.
Yeah.
And I like the fact that it scales, you know.
Well, it scaled before, but it was.
But it's more meaningful now because it's not just a bunch of D4s. There's more potential damage.
Yep. It says, "I see your
words hurt." Literally.
And I raise you. Words hurt, right? And emotional damage. Emotional damage.
Basically.
Where does the emotional damage hurt, everyone?
In your soul.
That didn't happen just because, right? Somebody had to say mean words to you, right?
True, but there's a basis for it in folklore. Interesting. See, I think it'd be cool to have a lot of different contexts for things just to make it more...
So do you have any favorite spells that you're like, that you've either used or anything else that you want to see that you're curious to see whether they've changed or didn't change in the new version?
I want to see if they changed anything with like the Mage Hand cantrip.
What about Acid Splash?
Huh?
I
will look at that in a second. You asked me if there was something I'm curious about, so I'm looking at what I'm curious about.
Okay.
Okay, let's see if they did anything here. You can manipulate an object, open an unlocked door or container, stow or retrieve an item. Pour the contents out of a vial as a magic action on your later turns. You can control the hand and thus again, okay? As part of that action, you can move the hand up to 30 feet. Okay. So you can basically just keep it summoned and just move it around. But it still says the hand can't attack, activate magic items, or carry more than 10 pounds. Which is kind of similar to what it was before. Okay, let's look at specifically spells. What was the one, Collie, you wanted to look at?
Well, I was gonna be like acid splash or anything else, but I guess we can do level spells. So it's gonna be one of those where we have to figure out, like, is there any of those that change because they're gonna look the same, and because we're so used to seeing them at like the old versions.
I mean, this kind of brings up another point, though. This is kind of why it would be good to have some, like, visual signals to be like, this spell has been updated! Exclamation mark. Please see updated rules so that people know, okay, which ones got updated. Welcome in, dear. Good to see you. I mean, that would help, because otherwise it's looking for a magical needle in a haystack. About, well, which ones did they change? Enough to warrant kind of talking about them. Fairy fire.
And there's no way to do that except if you go through it literally spell by spell.
Mm-hmm. Which I kind of don't want to do. Like, I mean, that might be someone's cup of tea, but I probably don't want to do that.
I mean, you don't have to do that the entire thing, but I guess it's like just like whatever ones that you like are the most. So it's really showing, yes. I mean, there are changes, and they're like True Strike doesn't suck anymore, y'all. I mean, hey, hallelujah! That is definitely something amazing.
Mm-hmm.
You know, only here, only in D&D.
D&D Beyond Comprehension. I'm just gonna keep doing that. You can't stop me. Okay, I'm going to take a look at Fairy Fire to see if anything. Okay, 20-foot cube are outlined in blue, green, or violet light. Your choice. Each creature in the cube is also outlined. If it fails, a dexterity saving throw for the duration. Objects and affected creatures shed dim light. Okay.
This is going to be tough because, okay, so you're going to have an original bard next to that one to compare.
Which I kind of don't want to. I don't have the mental energy to do that. So however we do this, it needs to be a little more pinpointed. Maybe I need to look up a list of D&D spells that have been changed in the new version to be a little more pinpointy. Because this is going to take me all night, and I really don't want to spend all night just doing this.
Well, for those that basically are able to have more, those who have more energy to go into the literal nitty gritty of every single change, then
more power to you.
Put it on an Excel spreadsheet or something.
I'm going to look that up really quickly. I'm gonna actually see if someone has made a guide of what's been changed.
Did the
cap list of spells changed in D&D 2024 rules?
Like, was the Fairy Fire thing upgraded by 5 feet and now it's a bigger cube? I mean, and this is one of the things about this whole thing. It's like literally everything was put under a scalpel. or
Mm-hmm.
and said, is it doing a thing or is it not? I mean, it's going to feel a little exhausting for a bit. I mean, yes, there's some boons, so there definitely is improvements. So they can't. They can certainly point to that and say, hey, there's improvements in this new version. Wouldn't you want them? Wouldn't you want True Strike to no longer be the most memed, uh, like terrible cantrip in D&D? They fixed that now, so now it doesn't suck. Now you might actually want it for your melee characters, but now it's just like, okay, you know. But there still is then, like, you got to go through every single thing and scrutinize it and see, did you change it? Did you not change it? Do I like that change? Do I not like
Do I even
not like that change?
recognize that it's been changed?
Right? Do I even recognize that it has been changed?
And this is where I think it's a little bit irresponsible. I think they're counting on people being so overwhelmed with so many smaller changes that they're not going to actually be able to keep up with what's being changed unless they're one of those D&D content creators who have made it their point to pour over these nitty-gritty details. They're counting on most people to not really know what's being changed, and that's part of what you do to just get people to go along with your new designs. You count on them being a little bit like me and being a little bit overwhelmed with the sheer task of trying to figure out, well, what did you do? What did you change? So I think in that sense, to me, that's kind of indicative of just their mindset on it. That, well, we changed this and now you just have to deal with it. So I did find this posting that someone made about it, and there's an accompanying video. So I figured we might as well just watch that to try to get some idea, so that I don't get exhausted and irritated from having to, like, do the stuff I don't really like to do, which is be, like, nitty gritty. Welcome
Hello,
in,
Kate.
welcome in. Yes,
we are talking about the new handbook.
A little bit less about the book itself, and we were just kind of more testing out the character builder system and kind of trying to get a feel on what that's going to mean with the new rule set and actually building, well, characters. So now I just looked up a video to kind of help me try to understand some basics about spell changes. Because there's a lot of little things that have been changed, and because they don't necessarily go out of their way to say, this has been changed, it's kind of, yeah.
It's a lot for a little Tiefy's, like, mama head to process.
I think it's a lot for anyone, Collie, because unless you're going to pour through entries on spells and spend hours cross-checking them, I think that'd be overwhelming for anybody. It's just,
I mean, I guess at that point it'd be like, if you want to read over every single line in the Stanford Citizen, be my
guest. You know? But, so I looked up this video. Maybe this will help just give us a brief overview of things. So at first it says here, it kind of just lays out some general stuff. It says the new player's handbook brings significant changes to the spell system, expanding and refining magical options available to players and dungeon masters alike. The spell chapter has been greatly expanded with at least 30 new spells added. Existing spells have been revised and often upgraded. But see, I wish they would give you an indicator next to the spell that says, hey, this has been updated. Check out the new rules. You know, just so that it would be easier to find those spells that are like, oh, hey, they updated this. That would be nice.
So, biggest issue was not reverting back to 5e straight rules. So basically, um, so are you wondering if it is still possible to build a character with the 2014 rules still, even with the changes? Is that what you're curious about? Have you gotten that answer yet?
So for me, I think that is what kind of makes this difficult, is even for people who know the original rule set front and back, and I am not one of those people who knows like everything verbatim. It would be nice to have some indicators. This is what's been updated. These are the spells that have been updated, just
they
so that
even
everybody can keep track.
they even say right there, flips right to true strike? Question
Yes.
mark. Just looked at that. And it is it is definitely improved. It's like those melee spells in Sword Coast Guide, so melee cantrips. So now it's just like, hey, your fighter types might actually want True Strike now. It just doesn't do what it does. It
Yeah.
does like what those
So
spells do.
this is not me saying that everything that they've tried to update is like bad, but it just kind of comes across as kind of clunky to me, because it's like,
Yeah,
well, you're not really helping people understand clearly what you've changed and what you haven't changed.
There are a lot of spells, there are new spells, and there's been some upgrades as well.
This spell chapter is massive. It has even more spells than the spell chapter of the 2014 Player's Handbook. It has at least 30 more spells than that chapter had. And all of the returning spells have been revisited, and in some cases have received functional upgrades that deal more damage
still,
now,
I think
or they
the
heal
takeaway
more if
from
they're
the
a
first
healing
one is
spell,
still
or
probably the
the
same.
range has been
Which is,
extended, or a
it is
spell
still
that
possible to
required
make characters with
concentration before
2014
no
rules
longer does,
only.
or
You
it
can
didn't
do
require
so, but
concentration,
it's
but
it
you
does
have to
now.
own the
There is
content
a
on the
ton
site,
going on in this
like
chapter.
before the full transition. Otherwise, you'll never be able to. It'll just be gone.
Right. So you have to be lucky enough to have all the 2014 and beyond stuff before this update. Otherwise, you're not really going to have the option, at least on their digital system, to build something with previous content. So, like I said, this would have been much easier if they had marked not just like, oh yeah, we made changes, but actually in here, in the system itself, maybe just like a little exclamation mark or a little star or a little something that tells you, hey, pay attention. In case you were used to the old way that this spell works, we want you to know that these have been updated. But that doesn't seem to be the case.
Mm-hmm.
I'm so used to 5e, and there are significant changes I forget about almost every time I apply them. I feel like they are attempting to have their cake and eat it too. Pretty much. I feel like because everybody objected to having a fully new version, meaning sixth edition, because they're now trying to just say, oh no, this is updated 5th edition. It's like they went and improved some things, but then they didn't like take the time to improve some other aspects of things, like the warlocks and their spell slots, for instance, that I might have really liked to see get an improvement, because that's the one caster class that's kind of, well, limited in spell slots.
And yeah, basically, it's barely 5.5. I wouldn't, like I said, it's like 5 point. It's
It,
four
it's
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 4.9 4.95 59 plus star woo edition.
yeah, I kind of feel similarly. I agree with you on that. Warlock is one of my favorite classes to play. Because of not only the roleplay potential, but it's one of the few classes where you really get to experiment with. The power that you're gaining is not technically your own power. It's the result of this patron. It's the result of like some mystery or intrigue or all these other things. So I feel like for me that's always been the draw for the warlock, is to just kind of have this mysterious, otherworldly, maybe creepy vibe, having to do like strange rituals out in the forest or whatever, as part of pleasing thy patron. And I feel like the new version is kind of like, you still have some flavor of that, but also it's kind of like, so you don't actually get to meet your patron until level 3. I don't know. There's a lot of things that I'm like, 5th edition was fine. It now feels like it's not as fine because they went and updated some things and fixed some things and made them work better for some classes, but then with other options for like types of characters, some origins got to keep their variants, and other ones it's just like, no, you get one variant of halfling, you get one or two like variants of something else, and it's just like
you get one variant of dwarf, one condensed variant of gnome that somehow has sub-races.
And as I've talked about before, because I am a tiefling, and that is kind of the basis for my VTuber character, and pretty much what I played in D&D since I got involved in D&D 5th edition in 2017, we lost a lot of tiefling variety, and I'm just kind of pissed. Because I'm like, unless we get a new book with new options, people are just gonna be out of luck with that. Oh yeah, they buffed Wizard, the class considered strongest. Well, and that's the funny thing too, they pretty much condensed the schools for Wizards so that you only have like a handful, and some of those schools just they're not a thing anymore. Like necromancy is one of those schools, and I'm just like, but that was cool though.
Transmutation, and I think a couple other ones are there, are like in that list that aren't there anymore. And it's just basically, it's like, so where are they gonna? So Wizards of the Coast, where are they gonna be? Like we said in the last video, where are they gonna be? Are they gonna be in the Dungeon Master's Guide? Are they gonna be in some other player's supplement book? Because oops, we didn't give the Wizards their other schools of magic specialties.
So
and now they're gonna be legacy.
So I'm gonna bring up my biggest problem. It's okay. So we have new rules. We have new ways of interpreting spells, and new ways of like using them. That's one thing. But my problem is because now we have a separation between those who have legacy and those who have not. What's going to happen at a table? Like, for instance, I brought this up earlier. If you're a DM, what in the hell are you supposed to do? If one of your players has access to a bunch of legacy content and they want to build a legacy character, what's the DM going to do about that? Is that going to be allowed? Or because that's allowed for one player, then what about everybody else? Like, are they then,
At that point, I feel like people would just be playing this game just to say "fuck you" to Wizards of the Coast. It's like, "Fuck you, we're gonna play this game our way, not the way you think you want us to play."
Right, and I
But
agree
then
with
at that
you.
point, what game are you playing? You
I
know?
agree with you, Jake. I think it's like they're trying to. I just feel like they're trying to pander to people, but saying, but you can still use it. Tee. It's like,
And
yes, technically we can still use it. But the problem is because everything's been switched over, there's no clear markers on what exactly has been changed for some things like specific spells. Like like I've been saying, like a visual indicator for people like me who need a visual clue. Oh, hey, something's changed. Yeah, you still have access to it, but if everybody else is being kind of forced to use the new core rules because those are the ones that are going to be available to people just getting into D&D, what the hell is a DM supposed to do? If they allow one player to make a legacy character, then doesn't everyone else at the table then have to build a legacy character? I don't know.
I mean, yes, because if you give the permission to what, yeah, you want to show Jake the hilariousness that we built. One of I think the test legacy character.
Yeah. Yeah,
Yeah,
let's actually
yeah,
just go to that because so do you want me to just
like
go into
do
the edit and show?
Yeah,
Yeah.
edit to
So
show. Yeah, you could.
so
Yeah, literally.
I think that you'll get a kick out of this, Jake, and I also think you might die a little inside. But essentially, here's what's happening. Right now in the system, because it recognizes the old rogue and the new rogue as like two different things, I built kind of the most broken character possible by basically saying we have rogue and rogue. And
That rogue went rogue, quite literally.
and what's even worse is that nearly at every level that you can choose, like to add an increase to like one of your stats, they've made it now so that you can just get a freaking boon. And I'm just like, no, if you were in my game, you would be limited to one.
Well, of course. But now granted, that's of course because it's a level 20 character, but it basically says at level 19, the moment you have even access to epic boons, you can then go back, like respec your character quote, and turn every single ASI into a boon feat.
Basically.
Because it's legal. But now whether the DM's going to allow you to do that,
I wouldn't. I, as a
it's
DM,
on the
I
builder.
wouldn't. I'm gonna say right now, there is no way that I would allow that. I would say you get one. You get one.
It's well. I mean, mechanically, you can go back and swap them. Yeah.
Now, like a DM.
Like, kind of like Baldur's Gate 3. You can just respec your character, and I mean, technically,
Well,
because
yeah,
at
but
that point you can
a
just
DM
say,
wouldn't.
DM, can I replace my Tavern Brawler feat with an epic boon? Can I replace my Sentinel feat with an epic boon? Can I replace this feat with that I gained all the way up to the levels up to level 19? And then now that I have access to epic boons, I want to make every single feat slot possible filled with an epic boon.
Which I know you can't see it on the window I'm sharing. I don't know why it won't show the drop down menu, but basically, whenever you have the chance to do an ability score improvement, you can also just choose feat, and once you choose feat, you have access to the boon system. And so what you could possibly do, unless your DM says absolutely fucking not, is you could pretty much just say, well, I don't want the ability score increase. I want just a boon. I want these other things.
In terms of the builder, the prerequisites are so long as you are a 19 plus character and you only take these things once. But even if you only take them once, there's lots of boons to choose from. You can have all the different types of boons.
So I'm just showing you what the character sheet looks like. I did not assign stat points to this character, so it doesn't have a lot of the boon or a lot of the extra final number values that it should, is what I meant to say, because I haven't assigned ability scores. But this is just to get a view at what happens to a broken character like this, in which all I have literally done is chosen my expertise, chosen my skills, chosen some boons that allow me to pick up even more skills. And these are the kind of bonuses that, with a broken character that actually should not be possible in their system, with 2 rogues for the multi-class, this is an example of how broken it could get.
And it's not just rogues; it's also it's all other classes, all other things, every single else. You want 2 patrons for your warlock? Have the
Right,
new warlock and the old warlock right next to each other.
But I want to clarify that this is what the system on D&D Beyond allows currently, Kali. It's not.
Yes, We're not saying it's legal. What we're saying is, it's basically we are gaming out. We are literally doing
The
it to
system
the point where
is broken.
where the system breaks.
This online system right now is allowing us to build things that should not be possible.
Whereas before it would say, well, nope, you can't have any of these other things because
you already chose rogue, or you already made these choices, so no, you can't pick that.
But because the system treats these things like 2 different entities, then it works.
For now. So unless they kind of fix what's going on in their system and make it so that the system doesn't look at old rogue and new rogue and old monk and new monk and a bunch of other ones.
Seriously, like, go meme the shnikey out of that. Go really show like how broken this system is, just to stick it to that and turn it into a meme.
Well, and
then maybe they'll pay attention,
there are a serious amount of people who don't know the actual rules in and out and rely on D&D Beyond almost entirely. Yeah, which is why you want to make sure that it's accurate and it's not allowing people to just do things that then the DM has to look at it later.
I can see the scariness of that, because now I can see the oh no, because it said D&D Beyond allows me to do it.
So why don't you DM and then you have to say,
oh god, oh yeah.
And well, because I've actually had players, when picking spells, because I had homebrew spells, I actually had a couple of players pick spells that were homebrew that they really should not have been able to access, and they're just like, I have this now. And I had to be like, no, actually you don't. That was a homebrew. And you don't just get that spell because it's available to you. I have to give it to you.
I mean, it's truly just a whole lot. It's just cheese on cheese.
It's kind of the reason, Jake. It's kind of the reason why I'm not currently DMing anymore for the foreseeable future, because running games was difficult as is, with some players wanting a bunch of like features and a bunch of other things. And now I feel like, with the potential for a player to just choose some boons without the DM, of course, saying, no, you get one and you're gonna like it, damn it. It just kind of opens up this wormhole of horribleness in which the player can then say, well, you're a sucky ass DM because D&D Beyond allows me the option, and so you should allow me the option because you're being unfun.
I think basically what this basically says is, like any games that are going to be 19 plus, the moment that epic boons are even possible to choose from. I mean, basically, you might as well just say cut the game off at level 18. You know,
Or if
as
you're
if it
gonna,
was, as if it wasn't going to be.
or if you're gonna
broken
do
already
epic
getting to
boons,
that point.
here's the deal. If you're gonna allow players to take on those benefits, they need to accept the fact that the game is gonna have to get turned up to a level that might rip them a new asshole. Because if they want this level of power, then they have to accept that in order for the game to be somewhat challenging and enjoyable, that, like we said earlier, the DM is going to have to start throwing either types of enemies or amounts of enemies to counteract multiple players who might be building hugely OP characters designed to counteract nearly every negative circumstance.
I mean, like I said before earlier, basically, if you're gonna be that level of cheesy, then the monsters have God mode.
Then the
No
monsters
questions
have
asked.
to be Elden Ring level of brutal. Meaning they have to be able to one-shot you the minute you walk through the door.
I mean, they don't have to one-shot you. They just have to never die. They just have to look at your attacks like they're just like you're just mosquitoes swatting at them with pithy little sticks.
I mean, basically, that's
just
kind
never
of
die and keep pursuing you until the day you scream and say, "Oh God's DM, get me out of this game. I don't want to be chased by this."
But see,
never dying dying.
But
pirate
that's
monster.
the thing in my campaigns. I'm kind of a DM that likes to hold off on the really intense encounters until my players are ready. But what ultimately happens is I have to tell my players, listen, the stronger you become, the more dangerous these monsters and these encounters are. But that's usually where my players end up having the most problem, because they're like, oh shit, I can actually get killed. And I'm like, yes, you can, but you're also more powerful. So I have stopped running games because it's just been really difficult to try to balance the need for a challenging, interesting game and having some players that may not be suited for high intensity, high stakes situations.
I mean, because that's like, yeah, the idea of challenge and fun, right? It's whatever, and those are going to be subjective per person, And,
right, and
unless the table can come together, and obviously, and people were going to say, well, that's what session 0 is for. But yes,
right, and I've had a lot
but
of session zeros, but here's the problem. A lot of players, I think, have an idea that they'll be able to handle higher level encounters in principle, in theory, but then when they start getting into that higher level play where the monsters have multi-attack and the monsters have debilitation effects, I have watched certain groups of players, not always my own, get really pissy about, well, why is this lich able to lock me down? And I hate status effects. And I actually have a friend who's also a DM who is now not allowed to use certain powers at the table with his enemies because his players just get too butthurt. And I'm just like, where's the line? On one hand, like, the DM should be the one in charge of saying, this is what my monsters are capable of doing. And you're gonna have to find a way around it. And that's the way it should be. And I just feel really bad for my friend who's like, well, I can't use dominate person. I can't use any of these spells that paralyze or frighten or, do any negative status effects on my players because they freak out on me. And I'm just like, if the monsters have those abilities, they should be able to use them. Otherwise, what is the point of having a monster manual?
Right?
That's my other problem is
What's the point of the monster manual if you can barely even use 1/1000th of it?
now
And
the the exception that I have made when I run monsters who have the ability to
I mean,
control you.
granted, our kobolds are scary scary AF, and I think someone made a video about I forget what the name of the whatever is, but there's certain DMs kobolds where basically, like you can make even the basic things scary as fuck, and basically people will be so terrified to even go venture out. They just won't even try.
Right. And so, Jake, I think that's a good example. It's like, not everything that we throw at a player is going to work all the time, but I think the point is being able to exercise the ability to throw a control spell on a player to really drive the point home. There's a reason these bad guys are a threat. There's a reason why they've been in the villain business for decades or longer.
Yes, I mean, so they should know magic that should concern you, should terrify you, should be beyond your comprehension, or even if it's your comprehension, good news, you comprehend it, so you can know how to potentially counter it. But there are some who are just like, well,
basically,
you dominated my character. Now I have no agency left.
Well, but it's like that's the point. When a villain character uses a control spell on you, the point is to take your agency away, to have your character experience, oh no, I'm out of control. Now, I will say, in situations where I've had players get upset about being dominated, I have actually said, okay, if you hate it that much, give me a charisma save and see if you can fight them.
Okay, here's a great example. This is a great example.
Mm-hmm.
If for any of us who are here, do any of us remember or know about the harpies in Baldur's Gate 3? Has anybody experienced that fight where basically they're singing their song to you, and then they're doing that concentration, doing that siren song, and then you can't control your character because you literally it says you failed the save, and you are now walking towards the harpy wanting to have sex with it. Before she reaches the and claws the shit out of you.
Well, yeah. So my point is, the reason why we have control spells or we have things like that happen kinky. Exactly.
You go.
But the reason we have those things is to allow our players to have an experience of, no, you're not in complete control. Now, as I was saying, I did allow my player, who was being controlled by a lich at one point in the game, because she was so against that, I said, well, because you're a stubborn-ass druid, I'm actually going to give you the chance to make a charisma save against his attempt to permanently, dominate you in this moment. I'm going to give you an opportunity to challenge his attempt. She got lucky and she rolled a natural 20. So I said, okay, you are so stubborn. You look him in the eye in your bear form, and you basically look at him and give him this vibe of no, fuck you, dude. So that was one way I kind of worked around the frustration with the dominating that was going on. I still allowed it to happen, but I also allowed my player some way of fighting it so that they felt like it wasn't just, okay, you fail, and you're just under their control. And actually what happened is she got to do some really amazing role play with that, as she's kind of resisting the Lich. Normally, when you're under a control spell, if you fail it, you can't fight it. Normally, if you go under a spell like that, you are just under the effect for a period of time. So that's what I did for her in this case, is I said, okay, I can see that you're not really liking the idea that the Lich is controlling you. So I'm going to bend the rules slightly and give you the opportunity to resist, so that you can show your displeasure to this Lich, so that you can do the role play of saying, you will not control me, you will not tell me what to do, kind of thing.
So yeah, as far as the 2014 rules, then each time the target takes damage, it makes a new wisdom save.
That is true,
spell,
yes.
And then if it succeeds, the spell ends. So basically, but before that point, then yes, the one controlling one has basically full,
on your
full
own, not
control
someone.
of
Yeah.
you. So long as you failed that one roll, then yes, you will be basically you would be the puppet of the BBG.
And I get it. I get why people don't like it, but I like gritty fantasy, and so part of what makes scenes and situations, in my opinion, more gripping and dynamic and have more consequence is when bad guys are able to do the unthinkable. When they're able to attempt to corrupt somebody. Yes, it's scary. As the player, I understand that. But as a DM, part of what we do is we have to create a world, at least in my view, that requires heroes. You know what I mean? So if you're gonna, for the sake of argument, right? If we treat a hero like an organism, and I think I'm just gonna go over to the chatting part since I seem to be getting more on just my thoughts. In my view, and I'm sure that other people have already expressed something similar, in my view, when you talk about the biology of a hero, just like anything else in the natural world, there has to be a reason for a hero to exist. So if you look at the biology of a world, if there's no existential and real threat to a world, why would heroes come into being? So, in my view, if you're going to become a hero, and that's kind of the point of playing D&D, then there has to be a reason why the world gives birth to heroes. Why they are become necessary in the organism that is the fantasy world. So if we don't have really scary, really bad guys, or gals, or anyone in between,
or organisms,
if we don't have something that necessitates great heroism, then there's no reason for a hero to exist. So if all these challenges can be easily dealt with, then technically they could be taken out by a mob of commoners. So that's kind of my problem with the way some players of D&D act. They act like well, I'm just a hero because I exist. And it's like, well, no.
I mean, here's the thing. I mean, have we seen how some heroes are? Like think of, Luke Skywalker. Think of other things. I mean, think of Foss. Think of any other heroes.
Or, even
heroes
Hercules
and
is a
Hercules,
good...
other things. Have you ever would you really want to start going down the path where we start introducing traumatizing things
Well,
just to encourage you to be a hero?
The point... But here's the thing.
I mean, because Luke Skywalker, he had to lose his had to lose his hand.
That's
like
part...
he had to realize that that Darth Vader was his father. He had to it was such a extreme emotional moment because he was led to believe it wasn't that.
And he lost people, and he had to go through people dying, and he suffered greatly for being the hero, for being the person who... Yeah. So that's exactly what I was going to say, is trauma is...
Boss is like the most trauma, it's just a trauma dump on that one, But
here's what I would say. Any hero's journey has trauma. Any hero's journey does. What kind of trauma differs in every story. But you cannot really call yourself a hero if you have not been through experiences that drive you to stop the darkness in the world. So in order for that to happen, the darkness has to reach out and touch you. And
So I have to ask, so considering in some cases, here's the thing. Especially when it comes to, player characters' family members. So, generally that can be used as usually the DM vehicle to, do some traumatizing things.
I think...
But considering that, for some, how would you deem that your efforts to, say, for some characters, you're like, well, I want to value your relationship with your family and your role play with that. And
here's how I'm gonna.
But then the trauma has to come from the bad guys being bad guys.
Well,
right?
Here's gonna be my answer for that, because I've had to do this for a couple of campaigns. For one of my players, in which a big part of their character and their motivation is their family. So in the case where they talk to me ahead of time and they say, look, I would really prefer... Thank you so much for subscribing. I really appreciate it.
Thank you.
So for that player, I've said, okay, I want to respect what you have requested, that there are certain ways that I will agree not to hold your family ransom for my story, right? So I think there's a way that we do need to be respectful of what a player has requested not to be touched. But on the opposite side of that, though, if I'm going to make exceptions for what things don't get touched, then other players and other elements of the story have to come do the traumatizing if they are left alone. Kind of like the effect we saw with Domino in one of the movies that she was in, where
the one with Deadpool, basically?
Yes, where basically they illustrate very clearly that her ability to dodge calamity comes at the cost, the very real cost, of someone else not dodging that calamity. So someone else has to soak up the cost. And so that's kind of the way I have to treat trauma or motivating events, is that, okay, if my players make certain requests, I will do my best to honor that, but in exchange, there are other things that may happen to them, that may happen to other friends, that may happen to other beloved NPCs, because I still have to drive the point home. This world is dangerous, and this world is in need of heroes for a very goddess damn good reason.
Of course, if there are some there's some NPCs that are like, no, why? What? It's like don't. It's like that's like telling the dirge to not kill Scratch.
Well, and I mean that's,
It's
but
like,
that's,
we like Scratch.
but
How
that's,
dare you?
but Collie, that's what I'm saying is that. So with certain things, I'm gonna put on the gloves and not touch in that way. But in exchange, I can't leave everything untouched. Because part of my job as a DM, unfortunately, is to sometimes bring out the darkness. To say, okay, if you really want to be a hero, then you are going to be up against some forces in this world that are legitimately terrible. And yeah, I do want to address that comment earlier, Jake, that you said some people just want a power fantasy. And that's kind of why I've stopped DMing for a while also, because what I enjoy DMing most is a scenario in which my players can get some good character growth, that they can spend time learning what they're capable of and developing a purpose, not just being the most powerful and most capable thing in existence. It's kind of why I have chosen to roleplay myself, and part of the way that I am in real life with having some disabilities and stuff, it's kind of the reason why I have chosen to do some of that in roleplay when I play in D&D, is to kind of say, well, I want to do the reverse of a power fantasy. I want to say, okay, I'm playing a character with some limitations that are going to go against the idea of the power fantasy, but is going to be no less heroic in that sense. So I'm kind of at the very opposite end of that power fantasy spectrum, where I really like to see people grow into their power and work for their power, so that when they're ready to throw around all that stuff, they've put in the work. And yeah, I suppose that's true too. It might still be a power fantasy, but just with more debilitations. But I think for me is I want people to feel like their characters have been changed through the adventure itself. You want something inside them that you can relate to, a flaw that genuinely gets you connected, pretty much. Because for me, it's much more interesting to see what makes a player make their choices. And I very much like to encourage my players, when I was running games for them, to make organic choices for their characters. So,
and sure, that could be kind of interesting because like you're not expecting that, right? You know,
no.
that's not.
I mean, I'm in the same boat most of the time. I'm role-playing an aspect of myself cranked up to 11, and I think that's totally fair. I think there should be room in fantasy for playing sort of a glammed up, glitzed up version of thyself.
I think it's no joke that you're kind of the Magia Baser of DMs.
Yes.
You're
Yes.
just like, I want to see you succeed. However, though, if you really want to get what you want, you're going to have to sing fully naked on stage.
Well, yeah,
Can
and
you do that?
And you're gonna have to maybe experience some things that are challenging. Now, this doesn't mean I'm just mean and just traumatized for the hell of it. But what it does mean is that when I have presented my players with a challenge, what I'm typically looking for is how they respond to adversity in a given situation. So if I have a player who looks at an unexpected circumstance and says, oh, I think I'm going to try to respond in this way, then I will usually reward that because they're at least trying to respond to the unexpected with some kind of curiosity or motivation. When I have players who don't do that, and they're kind of like, well, I wasn't expecting that and there's nothing I can do.
And you can say, and you're not pointing finger or whatever, because I could probably say, those ones were on the boat campaign, right?
Yeah.
So there were some on that one, right?
Well, yeah, so this is not me calling out specific people, but this is me saying, in general, what I like to see is that someone will take a challenge or an encounter that they didn't do so well in and kind of use that, like we would in real life, to modify or change our emphasis or change our way of approaching things. I don't know how else to say that. I am doing very well today. How are you doing? We're just chatting about some D&D stuff. My longest running character was an astrophysics professor wizard because I'm a total nerd. I love that so much. That is so cool.
That's fine. I mean, true. That's another thing. It's like you have not yet experienced a truly academia, like My Hero Academia or academia type, like D&D setting.
Well,
right?
yeah.
Even though you wanted to, all the way back in
long time ago,
like all the way back in ever since Candlekeep,
which I think was in like 2021 at some point, and
then Strixhaven after that, especially Strixhaven.
So I have yet to experience some of that. So I think instead of like doing any more like modern D&D stuff, I actually think I'm gonna just spend some time getting to explore with some stuff that I haven't gotten to explore with. Doing fine right now, still spending time when I can, when I have the strength to find a D&D group that won't reject me. Oh no! Not...
Well, I mean, pay for us. Well...
See, that's where things get kind of complicated for me. On one hand, I understand why people don't like the idea that D&D is gonna get charged for. I understand that because it's like it's a pastime and a game and stuff, but also there is a lot of amount of work, like equivalent to a part-time job or even full-time job sometime, that it takes to set up a game and run a game weekly and all that stuff. So
it's basically, it's like, so if you have all that stuff and all that things, and it's like you don't get some kind of compensation for it, and no, not the simple fact, but we had fun and and it was the friendships we made along the way, right?
I mean, I think
on some level, it's just like, it's still kind of like, it is a lot of, and look, we're nothing wrong against you, Permafrost. Thank you for bringing that up. So I mean, it's just I'm
kind of in a difficult position
and
with
you're
that
fine too,
myself. I'm in a difficult position because I'm not gonna blame a DM who needs to charge, because I know how much work is involved. It's a lot of work, and so for some DMs, they really do need to get paid, and they really should get paid for the amount of time that they put into it. I also understand where the player base is coming from, and they're like, but it's D&D. Like, we didn't used to have to pay for that. And it's like, it's complicated.
I mean, here's the thing. DMs and all this other stuff have to pay for more than the players simply to have the books necessary to even run a game. They have to buy, at minimum, have to buy 2 extra books than the players do just to play the game.
Yeah. And
even, and let's say all 3 of them if the players don't want to buy the books, they just want the player to give them the sheets,
And so
or the DM to give them sheets, right?
here, I think that's a really great idea, Jake, that you just have people pay what they can. I think that's a fair thing to do. That way, if you have people who don't mind paying, then they can pay a little bit. Especially then, like you say, if you have players who can't pay.
Let's say, for sake of argument, when things were still in person, or can be still in person, one of the things was like, hey, bring snacks.
Bring sacrifice for your DM.
Bring the
Bring a tithe
of pizza.
Bring a tribute
and soda for our gaming session today. One of you has to do it, because just something to compensate the fact that everybody's taking time out of their day to gather together.
And that the DM is basically doing several jobs. We act like the scheduler, the referee, the storyteller, the voice actor, the game designer, a lot of things. And the players, sometimes glorified babysitter, sometimes it feels that way. But I think the point is, I think there's a middle road. Yeah. I mean, I'm not gonna argue with that, Permafrost, not at all. I think that's a fair point, but I think, as with any hobby, I think that when it starts to take more than just a couple hours a month to run something like that and do it appropriately, I think that's one of the reasons that DMs have started having to charge, because of the very real opportunity cost.
It's either they charge or they start burning out, and basically the hobby doesn't literally have the game masters needed to even run the hobby. And at that point, everybody loses.
Yeah, and this is not, I don't want anyone to get any, hurt feelings or anything. I think both sides are...
Again, nothing wrong for either side.
I think both sides are valid. Both sides are valid. But I think, from my experience, and I'll just talk from my experience, because I am now currently in a master's degree program, which is effectively the work of a part-time job. There is no way that I would be able to run D&D games without having some kind of compensation, because for me at this point in my life, the opportunity cost, even for a hobby, is too great. So either I would need to have some sort of cost associated with it, or have the DM responsibilities rotate between other people. Because the other problem that I've noticed with myself and a couple other DM friends is the forever DM.
Yeah, and that is true, for especially the last part. That's kind of definitely there. So we got to be careful. I mean, here's the thing. It's got to be, I think, it's got to be enjoyable for all parties involved, right? Otherwise, then why are we doing this?
Right.
It feels silly.
And I think...
And for DMs, it's especially more so, because they have so much extra roles that is more than just pick up the screen.
Right, and I don't mean this to sound mean toward players at all, what I'm about to say, but it's kind of the reality, is that DMs do a lot more for every game session than most players, simply because we're the ones who have to think about encounters, design them, think about what else is going to go on, and then run the game. So I think there could be a middle way of saying, think about donating to your DM. Make some donations.
Donate your local DM today.
Just like we would do with any hobby, maybe. Like, if we really appreciate someone's effort, we at least think about giving them a small gift. Now, I'm not saying like, oh yeah, go ahead and charge like $50 for a D&D session. No, make it reasonable and make it optional to say, hey, if you can even donate a little bit to kind of just show me that you respect my time and energy, that would be amazing.
The DM, pay the DM the tip jar in dice, you know?
Yeah, I can see that too, Permafrost. You know, so it's a complicated situation. But I think, as with anything, if you're gonna ask to get paid for it, like being an artist or being a erotica romance writer, like I used to be, there's a certain level of skill that you have to be demonstrated to, or like be able to demonstrate before you can, I don't know, have the quote unwritten right to charge for something.
I mean, and the thing is, we live in a capitalist. Here's the thing: we live in a capitalistic world, unless you live in the countries that don't have a capitalist system. But even then, the general consensus with most countries on this earth is that if you do something, if you put out effort towards anything, if you are the one putting out effort towards something, you would want to get compensated.
Depending on your need to be compensated. I think that's the other thing that we need to look at. Some people who run games think that charging a fee is appropriate because of the amount of work that they feel like they're putting into doing that. There are some people who might,
or their level of skill compared to a novice DM, and they want to say that my skill and talent in doing this should be compensated somehow.
So I will just say, I have never charged for games, but I have considered doing so at one point or another, simply because my time was so limited that I had to at least think about the possibility.
Okay, yeah, well, and and here's the funny, like on that, then it's like, if they really didn't want any ideas of that, why do we have tabaxis and any other animaloid in D&D at all? It's going to have people who are.
I think it's just, this is the other reason why I've kind of stepped back, for lack of a better word, from being a DM currently, is because there's just so much disjointedness and so much disunity in the community overall about who or what kind of player belongs at the table. Who or what kind of player is going to be tolerated. And that's a good example. It's, furries, or people who want to roleplay a disabled character, for instance. So I think it's just one of the reasons why I'm not currently a DM, because I just don't have the energy to constantly have to look at this hobby and say, oh my goddess, like, people cannot just get along and enjoy the fantasy aspect and let people play what they want to play, have fun the way they want to have fun. Because to me, that's what D&D is supposed to be.
Yeah,
a collective story with collective enjoyment, in my opinion. I have been doing it for 11 years. I do admit there is an argument here too. Asking for pay actually kind of vets the game a little. Yeah, because in my mind, if you're going to ask someone to pay for something, it has to be worth what they're paying. So, a couple of D&D content creators, not me, but a couple of other creators have made videos on this topic in particular about whether to charge or not. And that is one of the things that they say, is that when you're asking people to pay you money, you're more likely to put in more effort, because you know that they're gonna have to look at that and say, well, was this session worth $5 to play in?
I mean, I don't know. Is it enough? Was this worth more than the coffee you get at any of the coffee joints you get? It's like, did you enjoy it? Yep, you get it done all in one session. Was it worth enough that you got you high? Great. Then it's worth $5. I guess that should be the Ko-Fi standard.
I mean, people are gonna do what they're gonna do with things that companies have created. I think my view on most anything is, this is supposed to be a fantasy role-playing game where the point is you get to choose how you want to be. That to me is the magic of D&D or any other TTRPG. Is at the end of the day, it really should be about your choice, how you are going to best enjoy yourself, how you are going to get meaning from playing a game with other people. And it just really upsets me that a lot of people in the community right now as a whole can't seem to extend that to a lot of different kinds of players, or a lot of people who might want to play different kinds of characters. And to me, that makes me sad, and it's kind of the reason that I don't DM anymore, for right now anyway, is because it's just really hard for me to see a hobby that's built around creativity be so uncreative. So and by the way, I have no problem if people want to play tabaxis or other animaloid creatures at all. I have no problem with that.
We have no problem. We just hope that if you're going to do so, that you don't just literally sit on your background like you don't know what the heck your background even is, and what your and who are even meaningful people to you are, so you can even play your character.
This is what I would say. I don't have a judgment.
Just have a more complete idea of your background and what's going to matter to you. Otherwise, why do you exist, right?
But I think that goes with any character, sans furry or not. If you're, I really don't care what you play, so long as it fits in with the world I have already established, and you know your character well enough to play them.
Yeah, and I mean, there is. I mean, I will say there definitely is something to be said about a good play group. I guess you just haven't been. You've had to deal with what you've had to deal with, I guess.
Yeah.
With the people you've been around.
And not all of them are terrible players, but not all of them are excellent players, and not all of them play well in a group. And I've had to learn that the hard way. And I think, honestly, if you want to...
And people's playing styles are very different, and oh my lord, just trying to juggle all of that. Like, literally juggle the differences of people in one group. It's kind of like where it's like... It's kind of like where, if you're we've kind of gotten to the point now, I think, where it's like, if you're going to even do so, it's only 1v1. Like... Well,
actually... I've had some of my best games with one player and me as the DM, and I know a lot of you are gonna be like, "What? You've played D&D with one player?" Yes, I have, and it's been very fun to do so, because
presented the idea of DMing for only one player,
because it gives me.
It's better.
Kali, you keep talking over me.
Oh, sorry.
Because it gives me the option to go one-on-one, and sometimes that gives me a way to explore with a player some things that they might not otherwise get to explore if it's not one-on-one, because I have other players that are like, I'm doing this, you know. But yeah.
Oh, no one wants to play you to be a kitsune? Hey.
That's ridiculous. I don't think that's fair. And I think is Kitsune still homebrew for D&D?
Yeah, Kitsune are homebrew for D&D.
They're not for Pathfinder.
Not for Pathfinder.
I will say that's really unfair. If I were ever gonna run a game and someone like you wanted to play a Kitsune,
one more notch for Pathfinder for being inclusive.
If I had a player like you and they wanted to play a Kitsune, I would have no problem with that. I would just have to work with you and say, okay, where did you come from?
Why are you a Kitsune?
No, where did you come from? You're a Kitsune because you were born that way, more than likely. But if my world has never encountered a Kitsune before, then all I would need to do is work with you to figure out, well, how did you end up here?
Okay, I guess I need to clarify that and say, what is your reasoning for being one, right?
Mm-hmm.
Not to say that I'm denying it, I just want to know why, you know? Look, and it could just be as simple as, hey, I like it, you know, I like Kitsune, I like Okami, I just want to be, I want to be like Silvervale in her Okami when she was back in her Okami model styled outfit. Okay, damn it, you know, there could be any of those reasons. It's like, okay, fine, you know, but.
All I can say is I don't understand why someone would just red button you because of.
Meanwhile, at the Legion of Doom.
Yes, so that is one of the benefits of having one-on-one. For me, is that when the story pivots, you're not having to wrangle 5 other narratives and manage other people saying, "Well, I'm doing this," before one player has had a chance to even finish their action. But I don't agree with that behavior of just like yeeting somebody from the possibility of playing because of their origin choice. At least not without some explanation. Like, it would be one thing. Sora, welcome in, dear. It's been a long time. How are you? But yeah, I think the thing is, it would be one thing if the DM said, hey, I know you really want to play a Kitsune, but I don't know if I can reasonably make space for that in my campaign because of these themes and these, these aspects of things. For me, that'd be different because at least then the DM is being straightforward and saying, I don't know if I can properly accommodate that choice with some of the themes maybe or some of the limitations that I have already decided. But that being said, if they're just gonna yeet you and not even offer you an explanation of why not, I think that's, ridiculous. I don't know why either. Maybe. Have no idea. Because I don't see that anything was blocked on my end, so maybe Twitch just twitched out? I don't know.
Yeah, it's not even showing any of the mod things, like it failed, it didn't send because of something that the message had. Literally
I guess I need to try to reword my sentence. Oh, that could be.
Maybe, but then if that's the case, it's like not even showing me the mod.
Right, it's not showing me, hey, this comment was held for review.
Yeah, it was held for review. It would usually say that, and it's not.
And I'm getting nothing. I see nothing on my end. So
yeah, I don't know. Either.
Just try again.
So anyway, to all you in chat, thank you very much for the
Oh,
lovely
I see.
discussion.
Could be.
I
I
mean,
would just want to know the concept of a kitsune, and work it into the world itself. We are assuming it's a fae-like creature, yes.
yeah.
That's
So
typically
basically,
what
like
I
that,
would
like that,
define.
Jake. And it's like we're not denying it, but it's like, but here's the thing: it may not be like that's why I say it's a complicated issue when it comes to introducing something that maybe you weren't planning for. I mean, it's like, so yeah, there could be a species like kitsune like in a space, but it would have to be Japanese themed area.
Well, it might be. Here's the
or,
thing.
or it could be,
It
or
might be
like,
easier
or
to
a fey-like
explain.
thing, you know.
Cully,
but then that's the thing, right?
it might be easier to explain in a Japanese themed campaign. However, you could also easily say that if they are Feywild in origin for the sake of D&D,
I mean,
if we say that, we could also make a story where, like, the boundary between the Feywild and the material world is going haywire. And as a result, beings like Kitsune or Tengu or things like that are migrating into the material realm, something like that.
Yeah, but then you'd have to say, okay, so then for your currently established world, then all of a sudden the paradigm shifts of or like basically the very material senses of their rigid existence are now fey warping as
You
literal
could
planes
do
of
it, though.
existence are
What I'm
popping
saying,
against each other and allowing
Cully,
the
is
universes to mix.
it's doable, but in order to make it doable, the DM and the player would have to talk some things out, and the DM would have to decide if I introduce this.
And see, even still, right there, right, what we're doing right here is better than I think what they've gotten, which is just ew no. And if it's just ew no,
and,
then yeah, I'm sorry, you've gotten.
Well, and that's all I've been really trying to say is having a response of ew no is never good.
Yeah, try that, Permafrost, if you need to.
Or if you want to also follow me on Discord, you can always do that as well. I have some people who do message me there from time to time,
like for
with
example,
various things.
Like for example, you ran across a very similar concept, right?
Mm-hmm.
What I'm trying to get at. Someone back during your Pirates. What you were trying to have was a Pirates of the Caribbean vibe with some levels of some levels of illicit action going on, but the players never really ended up getting to that point. But then somewhere along in there was the idea that someone wanted to be wanted to be a Warforged from the future, a la like smashing in together some Judgment Day or what was it? Some Terminator ideas, like actions going on back in time, kind of thing. And it's just like, for some elements, it's just like, okay, you have to look at that and basically be like, well, I could do that, but the thing is that if I do that, then all of a sudden, then anything that you were trying to do before that point really isn't like it just doesn't quite. You weren't ready to.
Well, I think here's the thing, and this is where I'm gonna just try to wrap up some stuff on this, is to just having an open dialogue is the most important thing. Back at the time that I was running that particular campaign, I was actually trying to see if I could incorporate a number of different people and a number of different players in the same environment. That ended up being a big ask and a lot bigger of a challenge than I anticipated. Even with my attempts to make everything work together, I think there is a level of too many different parts. If you can't get them to fit right, then it can still cause like chaos. My character comes from another reality of his origins. He's an ice elemental kitsune because his world is so incredibly dense because of arcane energy that it can cause shifts and mutations in creatures. The reason he comes to the D&D world is because his gods sent him there to get info of different gods and get the names of different gods. I don't see anything wrong with this. So I think it's just people don't want a kitsune for whatever reason, and this is why I just encourage an open dialogue. I've had to say no to some players' ideas for characters because I've just said, I don't know how I'm going to incorporate this well into the current campaign, and I don't want you to have a lesser experience because of that. So there have been certain times and places where I've had to say, I love the concept, but I don't know if it's going to be a good fit for this game. And I think that's an important thing to discuss instead of just saying no. Because then at least your player goes, oh, well, I guess I can understand that. Maybe it's not like a good fit or something. I think that's more fair than just saying no. No, we don't want that kind of character. I think that's BS. My original world that is currently on hiatus actually had different realms incorporated into the world itself. The Feywild was known as the Forest of Four Seasons. I ended up incorporating the Foxgirl into the Forest of Winter. That is so cool.
I mean, basically, it all comes back down to the session 0, respect goes both ways kind of street. Because basically, it's like, the idea, if you're going to join a thing, has to be like a DM proposes the idea that they want to play and to host the idea of a certain world or a certain scene, or they're only ready to do a certain like things in a certain setting. Like, no, we're not going to have Toon World in Strahdville. You know,
right? But like,
really
but what I'm saying then. What I'm saying,
unless you literally want to turn, you know, the Strahd campaign into Skeletor, basically.
Right. So what I'm saying then
anyway, no matter whether you want it or not. Right?
What I'm saying then is, it is up to the DM to recognize their limits for not only their ability to incorporate certain themes or certain character types, but also the limits that they might have in being able to make all of that work in a satisfying way in the current game that they have designed. So I think that's kind of the other situation, is that the DM has to be good at knowing, okay, this might be a limit, this might be something I'm not going to be able to do adequately, but it requires communication. And General, that's a really interesting fact. I did not know that. Thank you for sharing it with me. I love learning that kind of stuff, actually.
Yeah, thank you for that. Appreciate it. I know you kind of got like, we had to address Jake and Permafrost here, but you're still, but much appreciated for that.
I mean, everybody has limits, Sora, and I've had to learn that some limits are not worth pushing. Because there are some limits when they get broken that you can't get back from. And that's kind of what burned me out on a little bit of running D&D for the time being, is because I got really burnt out. And I pushed things past the point of me being able to go back to the way some certain things were, just with my own energy levels and all that. Okay, so it says, if a reality has no God, then he is instructed to mark it for destruction after his mission is done. But if there's even if it's an evil one or a good one, the world is not marked for destruction, but will willingly help destroy the evil god if it is a mission akin with the other party members. At that point, if only the evil god existed, then the reality will be marked as previously occupied, and the god will then inform previously seen or encountered good gods. Huh. I like that idea. Not trying to be insult or anything here.
No, that's fine, you know. And
I think
each people have a preference, right? Where
I think that's fair too. Is I like the idea of having a lot of different characters, but I think also, as the DM, as the story orchestrator in a way of trying to make all these things work, I think we also have to kind of be a little bit realistic and say, okay, if I'm responsible for creating a satisfying experience that incorporates my players in meaningful ways, I have to make sure that I can do that. And if a player has a character concept that I might not be able to do well in this particular setting, then it's better for me to be honest about that. And that's one of the things I've had to learn the hard way, because I'm someone who likes to say yes to people because I don't want to let them down. But at the same time, I have really disadvantaged myself by giving too many yeses and then finding myself in a situation where I was overwhelmed by the sheer variety and difference in goals that it was kind of hard to juggle it all after a while. So I've kind of had to learn, as much as I want to say yes, I need to have a full dialogue, and I need to really think carefully about if I can handle it or not. And that's, in my opinion, that's part of being a responsible DM. And that's fine, General. If you need to go to bed, go for it.
But yeah,
more or less, everyone at the table needs to be on this. Yes.
Yeah. I mean, and that's what it's like. It's a social contract, right? It's a contract of the DM saying, all right, I agree to hold space for you, your character that you want to enjoy and you want to explore and you want to have a journey with. But hear me out. I have to also try to balance you along with what everybody else is doing and try to introduce you with what everybody else is doing. Otherwise, it might be better that perhaps that I can host a space for you, just your character, so that you can explore some inner dialogues if that's what you want to do.
Right.
You know? And I would have plenty of time, ability to introduce other characters that you might meet that might help you along with your goal. But this is also where it goes back to some things might not fit into each other.
Right.
And some people might have the idea that their character is great, but not all characters mesh well with each other. To the
right.
point,
And so I think that's
not because they're hostile or don't like their
it's just because they don't mesh well.
They literally don't have the right. They're not aligned in the kind of same goals like, say, Baldur's Gate 3 is. It's like everybody's supposedly on the ship. Everybody has the same overarching goal of, hey, we got to get this brainworm out of our heads, this yerk out of our heads. What do we got to do now that we know that we are aligned together? Let's band up so that hopefully we can come up with a solution together as survivors, right?
Right.
That becomes the overarching goal, and if the overarching goal that your character has might not necessarily align with what the party's goal or what the campaign's goal might have. So that's the thing. It's like it's always a balancing game. Does your puzzle piece fit with the puzzle
reasonably well
with everything else? That's the thing. That's
the
balance. Right?
But here's the thing. I think that's also a good point that Permafrost brings up, which is, your players have to have characters that can at least be able to cooperate with one another, and I think that's that's something I also learned the hard way when I was trying to run a very contained adventure on a pirate ship. it ended up ending well because everybody ended up finally working together as a team. But for most of the campaign, there were difficulties with that. And so I think that's also a very important part of Session 0, and even putting the group together to begin with, is
Because
getting
the
the
artificer
players
wanted
to
do different things than the ranger, than the rogue, and then the sailor, right?
yeah,
All of them wanted to do different things.
and the monk.
Yes, so
But what I'm saying is, this is why, and it's funny because this kind of overlaps with what I'm learning in my counselor master's program, because I'm actually going into the mental health field. It's a similar thing that we have to do when we're looking at potential clients or potential groups for group therapy, is we really have to determine whether the group of people is reasonably going to be able to do the group process together. Now, this is not to say that everyone has to be all sunshine and roses, but there do have to be some elements of each person that allow them to undergo the emotional process that you often do in group work. And it's kind of the same in D&D. Even though it's not really therapy, there has to be the same agreement to at least try to work together to support one another, even if you come from literally different backgrounds. I think your character honestly sounds really interesting, and if it were me, I think I would be invested in seeing where that would go. So I'm kind of upset for you that people have just kind of shut that down, because I think they're really missing out on a truly sort of interesting and well-developed concept.
you have a character with a kind of a bond, with a kind of a goal for him that he would want to do. So that's fine. It's just now it's a matter of trying to find a kind of campaign that would be.
If it were me,
where the goals align.
If it were me, I would probably take Permafrost's character idea, and if I were the DM, I would actually use some of the ideas with his character to create the idea for the campaign itself. So that would be an example of me taking one of my players and using the character idea as kind of a central theme to help kind of build in the connectivity, because that's what I have done as well, is that I've used some of my players to help build a campaign so that there's more synergy between the campaign idea and the characters who are being summoned to fix the problem, whatever that problem may be. Again, I really like your ideas, and I really appreciate you sharing them with me. And from what you've told me, I don't see any problem. I think it's just resistance, unfortunately. And I think that's one thing that's just can be very disheartening when people don't even want to have a conversation around the option. Which is why I try not to just shut people down. It's one of the reasons why I try to keep an open mind and hear someone out before I just say no, because I know what it's like to be on the receiving end of, but you refused me and you didn't even hear me out and you didn't even let me say what. You just were like, no, I already know, you know? So I'm sorry on, you know, that's going on with you and trying to find a group to play with. It shouldn't be like that.
and I know it's one of those things where it's like, oh, on some, like you would love to create a space, but you just don't have the energy.
I
like you
know
would
that
have had.
right now, I know that I can't because with.
You're already doing a lot, and you're doing it's like you're doing so you have the equivalent of almost 2 or 3 people's worth of stuff that you're doing.
Yes.
You know,
I have my.
like you're
Yeah.
VTubing, your
College
master's
and my
degree,
health stuff. Yay.
your health and your and then let's just take all of that and then say you need to have time left for your own personal life,
right?
And
And
then it's just like how does one, like, having time for all of these things, right? That's a lot of energy, and then all the while your body's like so tired that you have trouble getting up here and there,
because I need a lot more
Because of your-
sleep
because
because
of your
right
medication.
now my body is fighting something that requires that I have more rest in order to fight it. So in trying to balance all of that, it can be very overwhelming. But even so, I've been trying to at least stream a little more so that people know that I'm here and, doing my thing however I can. I like how TV.
This was a nice,
I feel like TV knows what I'm.
D&D talking chat end. I like it. It's good.
I think this
Because I
was a better use than looking at the character builder anymore because obviously, there are gonna need to be things that get changed. And I really like the idea that your character could use crafting in a very interesting way. I've always wanted to play a character, actually, who uses crafting as like a main thing. In fact, I had a Gnoll Ranger, a female, that I played for a while in a Pathfinder game whose whole thing was crafting and making things out of everything that she killed.
Like a hunter would out in the savannah, who would make make good use of all of 100% of their kill. Right?
So that was pretty much
As
my
much as
character
possible.
concept for my Gnoll Hyena Ranger female. Was she can deal out the damage when she needs to, but she's also very crafty with harvesting and making things. And to that end, she actually made a baby carrier for Collie's character that he played, so that she could carry him around like her little adopted baby.
I was the backpack halfling.
Yes.
That like other things that happened in the thing aside, that was actually pretty inventive.
It was. And she did it so she can be like, no, you come home with me. No, you are mine now.
Tiefy playing an Elsa type.
Yes.
Nice.
Yes.
With that that would have been that was something. Man, I wish that we could have gone further, but it just didn't.
Yeah, it kind of
unfortunately
didn't
fell
because
through.
things to do with the DM. I already came up with a ton of unique items. That's so cool. Is a knife that helps anyone who wants to play as a cook.
Yeah.
That's
see,
so
for
cool.
us Knowles, that's not canon. No, those are the things you fight. Those aren't player. Those aren't player character types. But it's like, meanwhile, looks at Elsa, point.
Thank you, Jake. That means a lot. Thank you so much.
You're saying this gal over here can't be
No,
Barbar?
that's not canon.
So.
Personally, don't mind homebrews either.
Kudos to you, my good, cultured sir.
Yes. I mean, I agree with you, Permafrost. For me, if you're gonna have something, I don't want to just feel like it's just popping into it, existence. So
it's not,
I
it's
agree
not
with you on
Thanos
that.
snapping. It's not Thanos snapping things out of existence, but it's also Thanos snapping things into existence.
Yes.
That's another thing too. So that's
Then-
all we're just trying to say. That
Right.
if you're snapped into, if we don't want to snap you into existence,
Then all it
then
takes.
there's got to be a whole thing to justify your existence. How did your people evolve? Where did they come from? What are their politics? What's going on in the world around you? Unless, quite literally, you got snapped into existence, but you came from another world, right?
And there's a lot of
Like,
complicating circumstances that I would have to then say as a
And
DM.
why
if-
are you isekai?
if that's happening,
how did you get over
Who's
here
doing
somehow?
it? Why?
What Kami-san decided they wanted to fuck with you today? You know?
Or why did your enemies, do you have any? Do you think they were responsible for sending you somewhere else to get rid of you? Those are
Yeah,
all
ooh,
questions
you know?
that, like Jake said, those are all questions that just by having an open dialogue and building in a thread for the character, you can totally do that. You can say, these might be rare and unprecedented circumstances, and yet we can come up with a reasonable answer as to why this might have happened. And then I think it's important as a group to discuss what everyone is planning to play, and that everyone agrees to let each other contribute in the ways that they want. So if someone wants to be more utility and they can still do some damage, but their focus is more on caring for the party and gathering resources, then that should absolutely be something that a player is free to choose, and that the group as a whole respects and accepts as part of the party dynamic. Because I feel like players often can feel left out if they're not just playing
If you're
to
not
do
part of
damage
the
and
if you're not part
things.
of the holy trinity in gaming spheres, in role like RPGs when going up against raid bosses, it's like if your character's not designed to be a raid boss, like fit into that raid boss triangle, then we don't, or you know, with some extra weirdo off to the side, you're not like valuable in our monster hunting crew. And
To
it's like,
that view of what kind of characters you build for, D&D kind of thing.
But I'm just like, but this medium allows for role playing in all
But I-
totality, in all sense, like.
But I
including
think
fantasy,
that's why-
and all these other stories. So
I think that's why it's so important to be able to talk as a group and to be accepting as a group of the different roles that people want to play, because not doing that really starts alienating certain people from the hobby, and they just start saying, well, there's no place for me. My character's from a royal family, but he does not like talking about it at all unless he is very comfortable to say anything. That's kind of cool.
well, that's pretty. That's got some, as we were talking about earlier, some of the trauma elements. So
Which
so there's that.
which can be good, but there again, I think this is why it's good to have an open dialogue and not just shut people down. Because when you just shut people down, you don't get to have any discussion about themes and what happened. And I think that's really important to talk about as a group. And to say, well, my character has seen some shit. They have gone through some horrible things.
I mean,
And
that's
those
on the
will need to be addressed.
That's on the level of like some Maple Story, like that's on the level of the Maple Story Kadena.
Mm-hmm.
That's basically, it's like her, and she was of royal family, and basically invaders from outer space came to just blow everything up, and pretty much it's just like because she had to like practically go have to go put herself into self-imposed exile. Like there's some pain in there that's just like, well, she literally couldn't like be herself in a way, in order to like not forget that pain, because she had to go into exile and not look like who she was, because otherwise they would find her. She had no way of hiding that. There was no illusion magic at the time, so she had to do physical things to try to fit in, even though it would cause her immense pain to do so.
And that's an example of good storytelling.
And this isn't games, y'all.
Right, so this is where I'm saying I think people react negatively to those things because now it's personal. Because I think here's the problem with regular games that are not D&D. There's a certain level of psychological and physical separation that when you're playing a regular video game, you absolutely experience, because it's not your hit points, it's not something that your character that is closer proximity to you is going through. So I think the other thing that we need to talk about as a table, and that I need to talk about as like a DM, is to say you all need to be prepared for the fact that part of D&D is the very personal aspect of what happens to you in game. And see, that would be Permafrost, that would be a great example of something I would allow your character to do in game. And that basically I would have you talk to the rest of the table and say, listen, my character is traumatized. If he sees anybody doing X, Y, and Z, he will react in this way. It is in his life experience to react that way. Because then what that does is that gives us an avenue to maybe explore how the character could learn through the journey to process the trauma. Because to me, that would be a perfect example of a player possibly having an opportunity as their character to go through an adventure to process behaviors
right?
like that, and to say, is this something your character wants to continue to be at the mercy of, or do you want to have a dialogue where your character starts to learn over time to shed the echoes of the trauma that he's been through?
Oh, that's, now the more you sound like that, that sounds kind of like Karlach's dialogue in Baldur's Gate 3.
Kinda.
It's like, or like right when you have her along, and when you're fighting the paladin, she's like, oh, frick them, frick others. I'm never going back. I'm never doing this stuff. And she has to take out all her anger out on the objects
on the building,
space.
right?
After a while, she calms down. And it's like, all right, I had my fill of breaking their stuff. And now I can feel better.
And so, Permafrost, I think that's a great example of some of the party tension with
next, that paladin did have it out.
Yes.
He not only knocked you out with a smite, but also as you came back up, he punched you. So that you knocked you down into the dying state again. That was
but anyway, I think that's like a perfect example of party tension. And in that situation, I might talk to the table and I might say, okay, Paladin, I understand you have an oath of protection that might want to protect another individual, and this may put you at odds with other players, but even in that situation, I might use this as an opportunity for the table to process through this difficulty by saying, okay, we have one character who's motivated to do one thing. We have another character who's also witnessing this, who also has something to say or feel about it. And I think that this is what's missing from a lot of D&D tables in general, from what I've seen, is the ability for players to talk this out, to feel it out, and to basically say, instead of just saying, well, it's what my character would do, and proceeds to, just piss everybody off to piss them off. I think it's important that tables have conversations about, hey, so my player character has these traumas, and then this other player character has this oath, or has other traumas that are leading them to respond to another player in a specific way. So I actually view this as a very productive use of game time if people are willing to work through it.
Yeah. And that could be this. I guess this is why you kind of felt like on some level that D&D could be helpful for counseling, or to help process through some things and some long feelings, because then you can get it out. You can have those translated into a character, and have the character do something in a space that's safe for the character to do, and then you get to have the character do what the character does, and then you get to have a sense of like, oh,
right,
good,
and that
the character had that satisfying moment that I was hoping for, to give them that character growth, or that processing of that trauma, that letting go of or things, and then deciding from there. Once all that's done, then it's just like, well, then that feels like a
then what do I get to
another.
conquer next?
Right.
Because this is why, for me, D&D has not always been about just like the rules or the mechanics. I actually originally got into D&D to rescue my own creativity and to help me process through some very difficult losses at the time. So it was one of the ways that I could creatively deal with some things going on in my life that without D&D as a container, as a separate world for me to process through these things, I probably wouldn't have been able to do so in as healthy of a way as I did. And I feel like I'm having to do that again now with some of the things that I'm dealing with currently, in regards to my health and some of the other challenges that I am currently facing, is that D&D has once again become something that I need to use to sort of help myself deal with things that in the human world of things I don't have as many options for how to deal with it. And
again,
so,
you like it more for the fantasy element, less the mechanics of it.
Let's face it, I'm a storyteller first. I started out my life being a novelist, a playwright, and a bunch of other things. So I am first and foremost very story motivated. D&D with its mechanics simply gives you a way to mechanize certain aspects of a story so that it's not literally rote. It gives you a way to introduce some unpredictability into a story that would otherwise be written in stone or written in ink. His body is mostly made of permanently frozen ice besides the fur, skin, and bones, so he has no organs. That's interesting. See, that's an interesting kind of detail that I might try to find a way to work in, to be like, how does this affect you? Does it impose any disadvantages?
If your body is made of permanently frozen ice, well then, yeah, then you should also be like, that should be your, then things that will melt that ice should be your kryptonite, right?
Well, yeah, or should
Like you should
pose
avoid
some sort of
you should look
difficulty.
at it and scream like Imhotep to a cat.
Oh,
You know,
no.
you should go, oh,
No.
I don't like that. Don't you dare, like, don't you melt me, like heck you, I'm gonna like do bad things to you, right? Because that would be, the Superman kryptonite,
See,
right?
and I like that you're bringing in those details, Permafrost, because it just shows me that, yeah, you have a very well-rounded concept and you have some weaknesses built into your character, and for me, that's something I actually enjoy. I enjoy it when my players will give their characters some weaknesses or some things that will pose some kind of threat to them in some way, because to me it makes them more relatable
Right.
and more worthy of being a hero, because they are willing to do these things that are becoming more and more possibly at a personal risk to them. And that to me, is the definition of a hero. Someone who is willing to make sacrifices to help someone even when they know that it's going to put them at risk. It does more damage to him while cold spells. Yeah,
in fact,
that makes sense to me.
Yeah, so like look at comic book heroes, right? It's like the Superman. Would Superman be relatable if he didn't have his kryptonite? And would he be relatable if he, was just completely was completely no weakness whatsoever?
He would be,
and just like, I don't know, maybe he didn't have his personality or something, but I just feel like
here's
some things that he chooses to limit himself, because even though he has the power, he does so to show his restraint.
Well, right? I think, and specifically too, I think good writers actively look for ways to limit their hero, because if a hero is disgustingly perfect, they're not going to be relatable, because guess what? None of us normal human beings are flawless. We have critical weaknesses. And so it's important that any superhero, whether it's Superman, X-Men, Power Rangers, or anything like that, it's important.
Or any anime characters, right? Yeah.
Any character from any media who's in a hero kind of story framework, any character has to have some weaknesses. If they don't, people are going to get bored. They're going to say, well, why do I want to read or watch or listen to something with a character who will never be touched by consequences?
And I mean, because that's part of the hero's journey.
That's part of the tension. I mean, if we think about it, any fight between Batman and Joker would not mean anything if Batman was just impervious to any of Joker's mind games, any of his other things that he does. If Batman were just 100% perfect, there would be no tension in any encounter that might arise. We would just go, oh yeah, don't worry about it, Batman's got it, no need to worry. But the reason we tune in is because we know that his victory is not always 100%.
Yes.
Because we know he does have weaknesses. He does have things that can get to him. And that's what we stick around for. That's the same with Spider-Man. That's the same with any character in anime. The reason we keep watching, at least the reason I keep watching certain anime, is not because the characters can blow up the fucking universe and keep doing so. It's because they have the weight of the universe on their shoulders. and they are doing the best they can.
One Piece, we're looking at you, but
I'm
but
calling you out, One Piece.
Yeah, but I guess it's like, well, see, there's a reason
Yeah.
why it's like like when it comes to that one is there's some things about that, but on the contrast, Superman versus Bizarro, like Superman versus Bizarro in the live action,
Mm-hmm.
like that was a fight.
Mm-hmm.
That was because it's like, oh my god. Because here's the thing, Superman's super. Also Bizarro is also has some powers on the similar level because he was cloned from him.
Right. So in that case, it's a perfect example of what we were talking about earlier.
It's just
About having a worthy opponent.
It's just Superman is who he is because he has restraint. Bizarro is who he is because he does not, and he does not like the idea of Superman existing.
And in a fabulistic way, he was written that way on purpose. He was written on that way to say heroism and true strength shows restraint. True confidence can hold back. And a true hero knows what's necessary against whatever they're fighting.
Right, whether that's your personal demons, an actual like rival or something, like your BB, like something else, or even some greater thing that you're struggling against in the world, right?
Mm-hmm. Any of those things, but either way, adversity to me in a game, especially like D&D, should be a little bit symbolic. Or should have the option to be, so that when you go confront something evil in the world, it is worthy of you heroes going to stop it. His subclass was Chronergy. I decided to flavor Convergent. Okay, I gotta go back up in the chat. Convergent Future as attempting to create a superposition and choosing the outcome himself. That sounds really cool.
That sounds like
he did
something
so
like
by writing a mathematic formula for the spell on his arm. That sounds like something Doctor Strange would do.
Doctor Strange or your lore dad.
Or my lore dad, yes, who's very Doctor
Strange
like.
Yeah.
And the other thing is that my character likes to have his two forms, his illusion form and his real form. Yeah, fair enough. I think that's totally a fair thing to put in your character, and I think it makes a kitsune kind of interesting that way because they do have the ability to do that, where they can.
The kitsune shapeshift, right?
Yes.
There's the
where they have the blend-in form.
The blend-in form and the non-blend-in form.
And their true form. So I think that's a fair thing to have as part of your character. I see no problem with this.
Yeah, it just might be different, interesting, because I don't think yet there has been, or I haven't found yet because I haven't gone looking, a frosty kitsune, right?
But that's why I say if you have the tools to build it and it's balanced.
But Homer exists as long as it's got like on a some level that allows you to kind of get the concept of a kitsune without being too off the rails in terms of like species power, then I suppose it should be fine. Like on a similar level, like start with the idea of a shapeshifter and then just go from there. But there's probably already existing, like I know for a fact there are some existing homebrew type kitsune species.
Yeah.
In the builders. So
but all that to
and you
say,
probably have your own. So whatever. So however you do it, however you get that handled.
Project Tech and TV. I'm sure you are. Sora, are you cooking with gas?
So Oh yeah, Tief dear.
Huh?
So I wanted to. So I sent you the intro vid for or the the kind of the debut vid of that character in the Maple. You wanna see it? Just gonna like have it on.
I mean, I could. And then I should probably, like, get ready to end stream because I feel like my brain is starting to melt, but yeah.
It's almost 4 hours, so you can probably after that and pretty soon.
Oh, but yeah, Collie, can you put in the command for my Discord? I think it's !Discord. So that if anybody on stream right now wants to go hang out in the Discord, they can.
Mm-hmm. No, and
You're not the first person.
No, we love the food.
No, I love
great.
your concept. It's just like after a couple of hours of streaming in general, I'm usually just like, I need to go lay down. No, but I love all the personal character lore. That's what I live for.
And I think you needed that on some level because of so much time that people are just like no, and you're like, why? This is like
no, like
I love
I love your lore. That's not the part that's brain melting. It's just that I've been streaming for like double the time that I planned to, and now my brain's like,
Tiefy had just math too much.
Yeah.
Now she's just,
No, but I love the lore. Like, that's what I'm here for. So, if any of you are new to the channel and you want more updates on what I'm doing, I do have a Discord. I do have a Twitter.
And that's why your
post
primary
more
zone is in a library, right? That's why you have a lot of books. I mean, you wouldn't be the one who was like, "Gee, where would have we gotten that idea that you don't that you like lore?" There's a lot of suspicious books behind you.
Could it be I'm in a lore bakery, aka the library?
Lore bakery. Can I have some of that lore baked in my edibles?
No, it's mine. It's mine. Help! I'm drowning. Hey, that would be a good way to go.
All right, so this is definitely the point where I think we're getting to the.
I
think
love.
as one of our friends would say, we're at the point where we're at the giggles. So.
Yes, I love the fact that you have so much personal lore. You could write a book. That's my favorite kind of lore, and I really appreciate people who put in that amount of effort.
It means we don't have to pull teeth when it comes to your background, right?
It means that unlike a couple of players that I've had, when I ask you, who are you and what motivates you, you actually know how to answer me.
Yeah, instead of like, loading screen.
I'm not sure.
I don't know. I never thought of that.
And then the worst thing is when I've had some players ask me what they think I should, what I think they should do, I'm like, it's your character. I don't feel right telling you what your character is.
Right, because then that's not your character, then that's my character.
And then that gets into railroading, right? Because if I am telling you what to do with your character, it's not your character. It's my interpretation of your character, which doesn't feel right to me.
At that point, then you become NPC under the property of the DM.
Okay, so we're gonna play this quick clip from that
to...
Maple Story class that you were referencing,
yeah.
And then we're gonna end stream. That means I need to pick right now who we're gonna raid, or if anyone has any suggestions for who to raid, I'd like to get them now, so I can prepare to do the raid out when we're done with this. Because yes, my brain is kind of not here after so much good conversation, which I really did enjoy very, very much. So thank you all for being willing to just sit and chat with me. It was very nice.
Yes, thank you very much. Appreciate it. Much
So
appreciated, all of
I
you.
think, I think, okay, I was gonna think about who to raid. I want to do somebody that's gonna be,
Appreciative of the extra oomph.
yeah, so I want to try to do somebody who doesn't have, like, a lot of viewers right now.
Who's not like currently sleeping right now? Also?
Yes.
And
Well, there's
as-
Ark
as-
the Slime. They're currently playing Rust, which I've heard a lot of people
Rust
like.
is a survival game too.
I've heard that a lot of people like that. So, I
That
don't
could
know.
be
Maybe we'll
interesting.
go visit them and we'll just do like late night nerd raid. I don't know. Late night dice raid. Let's go. I don't know. I don't know. Collie, you pick something for the raid message. Let's start watching this because my brain is not
Look
functioning.
into your suggestion, Sora.
I love this. They do such a good job. It's basically like miniature anime. Yeah, so there's like a whole section where that character is like, after everything I've been through, I'm gonna have to go through these massive changes, basically. And to me, that's what all good D&D should be, is a deepening of your story and the stakes that you have in it. That's fine, Jake. Go ahead and go get some sleep. I'm gonna get ready to sign off myself. But it was really good to meet you, and it was really nice to hang out and chat with everyone. New faces and old faces alike. So thank you all so much for keeping me company and coming to my weird and wonderful corner of the internet. So I hope to see you all next time. I'm not sure when I'm going to be able to stream again. If I can this weekend, I will try. But we'll just have to see what works with my schedule and everything. So anyway, everyone, please take care. Get good sleep. And I'm sending you lots of love and good vibes. And I will see you all next time. Good night.
Yes, thank you very much.
Bye.
Bye, y'all.